Congratulations Apple 49856 for being the first redeemer of the stream.
Well, if you yearn for the 100 damage snowball, I mean, we could just make the snowball bigger. It becomes like an end state upgrade. That's kind of my impression, my feeling on it. But hello, everybody. How's it all going? I hope everybody's having a great week. I know we ended up for Group 2 rescheduling as well. We will need to discuss more formalities on that. But in the meantime, yeah, how's everybody's week been? It's been a good week there. House size snowball? Possible. Honestly, that seems like a legit ability that I could figure out how to make it work. I think I will. Here's the thing. I've still got to like look at Sub-Zero stuff too, because I know Mora, you requested some more like Sub-Zero-esque skills. So I want to figure, I need to watch more to get some inspiration. That's kind of my feeling on it. But things can happen. We can figure it out there. But how's everybody's week going? Everybody having a good week? I actually need to check this. I don't believe that this took my stuff. It says it did. It says it did. Maybe it's just still just too big. Let's see. Roll more initiatives? I guess. Hard. Yeah, I should share with you guys a little bit. Roll for perception, we could do that. Yeah, Elsa's there. There's a lot. There's a lot of ice characters. Yeah, there could be so much. Make it so your roll snowball and the damage and radius of it increases the further distance. I could see doing that, but it would require snow on the ground, which is very possible. Since we can just make it like make snow. It's such like that seems possible. So let me show you guys. We got a lot I want to go over today and do today as a group, but one of the things I want to show you, because I'm just excited about it, is I want to show you the new character sheet updates there, and we're gonna be doing more with this throughout stream today once we get there. But I figure, you know what, now's a good time because I've gotten quite a bit of work on it done. You almost went to eat a dog treat. Don't do that. That's bad. That'd be disgusting. So I'm getting more done. Let me start there. I've been trying to do some of the back end stuff because I'm trying to make it all work and be cohesive before I start doing the front end stuff. And I got most all of the back end functions done. So what does that mean? What does it mean for us? Well, first things first, of course, as you equip your weapons and stuff, your stats and whatnot are going to change with them. This stuff we already knew as well. You can see the attacks, the damage, all that stuff. You'll see I added this new box hit mod here, and that's just for any hit modifiers as well. I was originally putting it in the attack box, but I decided to separate it out as its own individual thing. But what I've been working on in particular is trying to upkeep, and basically, you guys are right. There's a lot of things you have to keep track of. A lot of things to keep track of. It's easy to forget those things. So I'm making some buttons that make it easier. And that's what you see above me as the combat controls there. So you've got your roll initiative, your start turn, attack roll, roll saving throw, take damage, as well as you have all of your buffs and debuffs right here in a list. So let's say I had hungry on. I could add a stack of hungry, and now hungry is going to sit here. What does hungry do? Well, if I hover over it, you can see it says I lose 1 stamina at the beginning of the turn, doesn't prevent resting, and if a character would receive another stack of hungry while at maximum stacks, they instead take 10 damage. So I think I actually need to rephrase that, because it's not just while they're at max stacks, it's and 0 stamina there. But you can actually get more stacks of hungry. So if I had 2 more, you can see I have all 3 stacks of hungry now. And I could add in the additional to make me take damage, but let me just show you what happens here. I can now hit start turn. In fact, let's add bleed just for extra effect. So you guys know, hungry, I should lose 3 stamina and 1 health. And when I start my turn now, I do. All of those things take effect. What if I add something like focus? Well, if I add focus, I have 3 stacks of focus. You could see my hit modifier just increased up here. So anytime I'm rolling my hammer here, there, it gets a +3 for it as well. Let's say I want to roll initiative. This is literally, I just built this feature like right now. It rolled a 5. I roll again. Now rolled a 9. Rolled a 7. It's good. It's supposed to replace it. Rolled a 13, an 18, a 6, 18, 10, 5, 3. There, 1, 4, 4, 4. I'm trying to show you guys the real numbers. There you go, 0. Because I have a -2. It's the actual summed up number there as well. It's taking into our account our initiative bonus. And here's how much I could show you. If I go to initiative, let's make it -14 because you're real slow. You can see it's a -12, a -15, just a 3, which is an insane roll when you have -16, honestly, -8. So it tracks all of that stuff there. It's still, I gotta work on, I don't know why it doesn't save my health there. That's another thing. There, you can also see with this too, I can roll a saving throw there that takes into my account my combat bonus. So the more combat bonus you have, the higher your saving throw as well. Now take damage, I have to add the controls over here, but essentially we're going to be able to do take damage. How'd you manage to get an -16? You just, I increased initiative here. That's how I actually managed to do it. But it's not normal to get that. But you can see, and all you have to do to remove a debuff is you just click it, and it removes it. Click it, remove it. If I want to add something, I just go here and say, oh, I want insanity, and just added insanity for it. You can also, when you're hovering over here, you can see the duration. So if I cast insanity on you guys too, you could go in here and say, oh, my insanity actually lasts 6 turns. And you can type it in. And then when I do my start turn, I'm going to continue losing stamina because I'm very hungry and dying. But you can see my insanity is decreasing, and this turn, my insanity's gone. So it keeps track of all of that stuff for you guys. There. Now you can also see I'm fucking stamina'd out. Like, it's bad. In those cases. But, you know, it's fine. Yeah, basically both legs are broken. Here, let's give me some stamina again. As well. So I'm adding all this stuff. You guys saw the additions, but I'm focusing on the combat page because this will be the most important page here. I have all, technically speaking, these buttons work. It's just they're not showing all the results here. Let's pull it in here. See me? There we go. It's not showing all the results here right now. It's showing it in my console. And we'll get that like later in the stream today. We'll get that adjusted. So just to show you, I'll grab that. So you can see here in the console. So for example, if I roll an attack, we could see I rolled a 17 with the hammer. I rolled an 8 to hit, which is pretty good. So 3 damage, since that's my strength. So I only deal 3 damage. The hammer gives that plus 1, right? Hammer gives plus 2 on it. There. And I can click, and then you can see here, the hammer inflicts weak. There, because when we look at the hammer stats down here, we can see anything between a 14 and 18 is weak on there as well. Now, let's say I were to decrease my critical threshold to like a 17, for example, and I roll my attack. There, we can see hammer it didn't inflict weak, it just got an 11 this time. There, same damage. But let's keep doing attack rolls. I rolled a 5. I'm rolling really shitty. I rolled a 13, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 5, a 12. All right, we need to get better. I'm going to give myself advantage so that I can actually get better rolls. There we go. There's a 14, an 18. There we go. That, and you can see it doubled. Now, it was supposed to title it here. Oh, it didn't because, yeah, whatever. But you can see the damage doubled because it's a critical hit there as well. It's supposed to say critical hit, but I think I just have critical success, critical fail as well. Advantage makes it much easier with the attacks there. But disadvantage also works. So if I throw disadvantage here, so I throw a disadvantage, you're going to see my rolls turn to shit. That was a critical fail. I just rolled a 1. We roll again. I got a 5 that time, an 8, a 3, an 11, a 7, 11. So I want to show both of the dice. Basically, I want to show all of the dice here and then highlight them special colors based on what they did as well. So we'll be doing that in a little bit. But I just wanted to show you some of the progress that's in. But all of these debuffs, everything here, even if I were to give myself paralysis. So if I give myself paralysis gives you automatically fail all saving throws. So if I go to do my saving throw, it's automatically a 1. Every single saving throw is an automatic failure. Every single one, because I have paralysis on. It also gives you minus 10 evasion. So you can see my evasion is negative 9. So I am very, very easy to hit on here. You could throw in silence. Silence doesn't technically do anything, but if I throw in weak, for example, you can see my damage is going down as well. And if I were to do an attack roll, a critical fail because I'm shit. Let's try again. Another critical fail. Oh, yeah. I gotta adjust that. Yeah, I can't. It's on only can roll 1s. I gotta fix that. Let's try again. There we go. Got a 17. Didn't there, but you can see my damage is now only 2 there. Although I gotta check. We're gonna be playing around with this there, because that should be 1. That should sync up with this. So we gotta pull into that. I can't just pull it from that column, because if I do this, there, the Claymore deals 0 damage. And if I roll my attack again, you can see my Claymore, 1 damage. So how the hell did... Oh, did I crit? Oh, I crit. That's why. I sit there like, how did it deal 2 damage? No, I got this math right. Yeah, you can see it dealt 1 damage, 0 plus 1 on there. So that's what I wanted to share with you guys there. That we've got lots of options. It's been modified, and I'm hoping... My goal is to have this ready for Group 1 by next week. There. So, I mean, ready for everybody, technically. But Group 1, it will be absolutely ready for you guys to start using next week. Including saving your characters and everything. Especially since, like, for example, if I were to go to Void Cursed here, you can see my stats change. If I go to stats here, it pulls in the classes as well. I can, of course, adjust levels into it. So if I was a Void Cursed, let's say level 6 and everything, pulls in our levels just like it's supposed to. I could put in information. So if I'm salty, I'm just doing this. There for level 6, so 13 strength, but you can see I have, how do I have 19 health? Oh, yeah, because I did this one. I did Void. But if I go, like, Fear levels, there, you can see it doctored my health quite a bit. But now my damage is substantially higher. So let's add another dagger in here. Yes, dagger, please. Cut these. There we go, just a solid 24 damage. With my crit threshold of 20. There you go. Yeah, easy enough, right? So you got all this tracking, everything's here, and now if I roll my attacks, it keeps track of everything for me. There, so we could see dagger. It's interesting. Oh, it did it twice, yeah. I just didn't roll well, I rolled a 4, but if I roll again... You can see each dagger now ignores 1 damage resistance because I rolled at least a 6 on it. And if I roll again, that's a 4. I need to roll... Oh, I'm at disadvantage. Let's roll better. Oh, that's a critical fail. There you go. So you can see it each ignore 2 damage resistance now because I got a 15 as well. So the point is, you guys won't have to keep track of combat on your own anymore. You could just use this, put in your data, and then just hit the attack button, and it will tell you everything that happened. So that you don't have to, like, guess on it. It just happened. So I'm very excited for that. But I'm even more excited right now. Yes, hello, lady. Very excited there. I mean, if you're in Dave's situation, if you know self-preservation, would just do the session. I don't know where Dave is located. We do get tornadoes here, and they're usually not as big of a deal. I mean, I've seen them touch down. I've seen them destroy areas of our town, but it's like minor damage comparatively. So I'm like, even when I get like a tornado watch and stuff, it's like, it's fine. Like, we're gonna be fine. It's usually does nothing there. A couple times we've had to come just make sure everybody was downstairs, but like, I totally would just continue everything there. I don't also know where his room is. There, my room here, I'm in like our basement, kinda. Yeah, roof gets ripped off. It's like, sorry guys, it's starting to rain on me, but that's okay. We'll get it there. You getting bad during their season, but yeah, that's true. I mean, when it's tornado season, it gets intense. It gets very intense. Well, okay, so let's talk weapons today. Today, you know, this was just a good excuse for us to actually talk, collaborate as a group, and, you know, it's a good time to just change weapons on things. So I've been thinking hard that all the weapons kind of need a makeover a little bit. And we've got a couple problem statements that we kind of need to go over. These are my dice. No, 1920 by 1080. Let's go over a couple problem statements. So what is going on here? I'll tell you what's going on here. We have weapons are unbalanced, right? So a couple problem statements, but weapons are unbalanced. There are some weapons that are just strictly better than others. And that's a problem. No weapon should be unbalanced. Mercy, sorry. Anyway, buff slashing weapons. How do we... Well, you know what? I'm open to ideas, right? I am actually completely open to ideas, and I'm not going to just say, no, we're not buffing things. No, we might be. We might be buffing some stuff. And we're probably going to be buffing some things, nerfing others, trying to just create balance. But the weapons are unbalanced right now. In addition to this, we also want our weapons to be unique. Weapons are very samey right now, which is another problem. Weapons are samey. I don't know if that's how you spell it. Let's say problems. Weapons are unbalanced. Weapons are samey. And they don't feel like they should. Like they don't feel quite there. Make it so you can attack approaching enemies with your reaction when using pole arms. I could see something like that. And that's the thing. We need to classify some things into some more categories and then create rules for those categories and assign those categories to weapons, right? Not enough categories. Basically, not enough categories is another kind of big issue. I'm going to pull up the shop here because it has all of our store. No, don't switch to tab. I want to pull the store up. That's one of the problems is that we don't have enough categories on it, and we need some more definitions. So let's look here. When we go into weapon details, right, we've got all these weapons. Our main categories here are class, and there's 3 classes. It's either a melee, a ranged, or a shield, right? We have our damage type, which is either slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning. You have your hit dice, your hands, the range of the weapon, and then you got these kind of bonuses, right? So we've determined that we have all of these, but really when it comes down to classification, we only have these 2 classifications right now, which is the class of weapon and the damage type. And we kind of need more. Well, and that's the thing, is we have cross weapons like halberd here, which can ignore physical resistance. That's a piercing trait, and it has slashing, and it has deep slashing, better than other weapons do. There. In fact, this halberd is kind of just a strict upgrade on many things. There, like, just, I mean, it's not a full strict upgrade, but it's kind of a strict upgrade. So we kind of need to look at weapons and create a little bit more definition, is kind of what I'm feeling. So here's what I'm proposing here. First, let's make some definitions, right? So before we actually even look at other weapons and look at things, we need to make some definitions here. So Let's do this. Let's do classifications, and let's apply definitions to them, right? So first things first, we have melee, ranged, shield. I'm going to put shield question mark because we might not need that. We also, so our melee weapons, right? Let's just start here. Make my sheet a little nicer because it's going to bother me otherwise. All right, melee weapons, right? Melee weapons are defined by a couple things. First, short range. Melee range, if you will. Right? They're defined by a short range. They're defined... I mean, is that really the only definition difference between... that defines like a melee weapon? If we think practically on this, is that they just have a short range versus these that have a long range, right? Shields provide armor or provide physical resistance is kind of a definition. Is there anything else that when we look at melee, and they don't have to have a lot of definitions to it, but they provide short range, they provide long range, provide damage resistance, right? And it's physical resistance, but there. The kind of melee that remains in your hand. I mean, there's that too. Explosive. There. Range weapons have a disadvantage to close range. Yep, that's actually great. All right, so disadvantage in close range is an excellent thing. Like they are disadvantaged in close range. What else? What else are we thinking? I'm also going to put some definitions here because we have it. Piercing, slashing, bludgeoning. Melee weapons are always boosted by strength, but some ranged weapons are not boosted. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Always boosted by strength. Not always boosted by strength. That's an excellent definition there. So we have piercing weapons. They pierce armor. And the other thing is I like piercing weapons inflicting wound. But we'll won't have to fully do that. Inflict wound. So they pierce armor, inflict wound. Slashing weapons cut targets open. Right? And right now they inflict bleed. Bludgeoning. Bludgeoning weapons, I mean, they deal blunt force trauma damage, basically. They inflict two different things, usually. Weak is kind of the main one there, but we have done also off balance. And these have been the basic definitions for a long time, but we need some more. And I'm going to propose to you guys maybe something there, which is, I mean, it could break monster parts. It breaks. I mean, that's actually a good point, right? Breaks targets. There. Cuts targets open. Dismembers. Right? Like, when we think slashing, right, you're not going to cut someone's head off with a spear. Right? You're going to pierce through them. There. But it's going to be very hard to, like, cut off a head. There. Versus a sword. Whoosh, easy peasy. Not easy peasy, but easy peasy. Right? I mean, you could. It depends, I guess, on how big it is and just how you slash. So consider this now. I'm going to propose two new ones. Heavy and light. Increased damage. Slow. Right? Would have made a nice death. It's true. Light. Light weapons give you flexibility. They tend to be faster. Right? So, if we look at this, right, flexibility, faster, something that kind of gives a little bit more agility, right? Maybe that's another word, is agile. Kind of like these light weapons as well. When I think light weapons, I'm thinking like a dagger, right? Most daggers, they're kind of like light weapons and such. They're heavy, light, and pole arms. I mean, let's talk pole arm. We can add that classification. Pole arm. They're long. They're long melee weapons. One second. Hey, bud. It is time for bed. Okay? You gotta save and quit. Alright. Could piercing be blinding? I mean, you know what? We're not gonna throw anything off. I don't think so. I'm gonna put ideas here. Blinding. Because why not? We'll throw ideas out there. You could pierce them in the eyes and then they're fucking blinded, right? Any weapon that hits your eye inflicts blind? I mean, slashing, yeah, in a sense. Like, that would be a funny, what am I thinking of? A funny fault, right? Is you get, you've lost an eye, so you just have a permanent stack of blind, right? Let's see what else. Pole arms. So they're long melee weapons. They have a bit of reach. Have some reach for them as well. What else? What are some other classifications for weapons? What are some other things that we can classify weapons, or how else could we classify weapons? Some can be used with a shield. Yes. Oh, honestly, handedness. Handedness. As one-handed, two-handed. So one-handed weapons tend to be more flexible, right? Two-handed weapons are heavy and slow. Typically require more control. Like that's there, where one-handed is a little bit more flexible overall. Shields can maybe force enemies back, depending. I think there's something that too. Shields, they can force enemies back. I think that's a good idea. Let's keep shield classification. I'm also going to boop, just like that, so we can see it all. You don't think a loot is that heavy? It's a two-hand? I mean, that's a good point. We'll also put musical, just here so I don't forget. Musical produces music. As that. So, I mean, the loot is just big. Even though it's not heavy, it's big. So maybe that's the point on it. It's not heavy, it's big. Right? They're big and they require more control. For example, a bow is a two-handed weapon, right? And a bow is not necessarily heavy. I mean, you could get like a compound bow, you can get heavier bows, but bows, we'd classify them as kind of like light weapons, but they're still two-handed. And it's because they're big and just require like more control on them. Like a lute just requires more control on the basis that you've got to hold it usually with two hands. Yeah, bows require two hands to fire. Crossbow, I mean, unless it's like a mini crossbow, it typically is going to require two hands to fire a crossbow on it as well. So yeah, I think that's an important definition. They're not necessarily heavy and slow. That we can keep that heavy. Instead, they're just big on there. And we can look at this from the giant boomerang versus the boomerang, right? The boomerang's a one-handed weapon, because you can hold a boomerang in one hand. Boomerangs are much bigger than this. You can hold a boomerang in one hand and throw it, and then you catch it and you're good to go. But the big boomerang, I mean, you just need two hands for the giant one. You're wondering about the boomerang thing, all right? The rat with the massive boomerang. Yeah, the massive boomerang there. But, okay, what other kind of classifications do we think weapons might have? Maybe, you know, we can Google it. All right. Explosives. These are all like modern weapons. Melee weapons, daggers, axes, fist weapons, other melee weapons. That like doesn't super help. Is it weapon? Arm or armament as well. Just looking here. History, prehistoric. Okay, this is... How do we define them? This is too much. Alright, here we go. By user, personal weapons, light weapons, heavy weapons, crew-served weapons. Okay, so these are just like by size. Archery, biological weapons. We're getting way too deep. Magnetic weapons. By target. Alright, well this isn't what I was looking for. 2. We have weight. So we have weight, right? We have light, heavy in there as well. I think that's important. Corey throw a giant boomerang, theoretically. It leaves her hand. Could she still do a snowball cast with it in mind as an extra action? Let me phrase it this way. There. This is probably another thing we need to talk about just in general on weapons. Versatile weapons, things that could be both. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Let's put that here. And then I want to talk about that. Wow, you have it spelled there, and I still am spelling it wrong. Versatile. Can be both held in one hand or two. There, but your unknown, we already determined your unknown sword is in fact a short sword. That's what we've decided. It's a short sword. Mechanical weapons, okay. Mechanical. Specialized training is required for the mechanical weapons. So here's the thing I also want to think about. Lore. That's how we'll start this. Lore-wise, thematic-wise, feeling-wise. Magic in this world is primarily, I like to imagine, channeling. But something we kind of have to think about and can take into account, right, is Avatar, The Last Airbender, right? Blah, 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 blah. I took a lot of inspiration from this show, where, and don't get me wrong, I haven't fully watched it. I watched enough to get the high-level premise of it. But what I liked in it, in the concept, is that you're channeling the elements. You're not just creating the elements. Right? So you've got just this. That said, we can see many times people channeling, they might even still be holding like a staff or a stick, and they're using that as a means to channel as well. So it's starting to make me wonder if we have these weapons that are like channeling weapons. I don't know. We'll call it there. Like channeling. Can channel spells with them. I don't know. We'll throw it there. Basically, a wand. So a wand, I would almost say, is something different. But yeah, like point to it. Something pointable is something channeling. Where a wand, yes, you point, you swish and flick, and that's there. If you break their hand, they can't cast anymore. In theory, that's a good point. Because then we also have the Doctor Strange argument, right? Right? We have this guy, right? That comes in to prove Doctor Strange is a little bitch. He's like, look, I could channel shit, and I don't even have hands. I have stubs, right? And that could be an argument, too, that maybe channeling is more of a mental thing instead of, like, a physical thing. Because we've got, like, Aang here, and you see Aang, he's got this airbender thing going on, but he also has the fucking stick. He's got a fucking quarterstaff, basically. Not even a fancy one, just like a regular ass quarterstaff. So we need to think about, like, how do we want to channel magic? How do we use it? Spell-based, like, vine wrap? I mean, spell-based? Okay. I like that. I like that. Spell-based weapons. Requires magic. Step 1 there. But honestly, yeah. No fancy weapons. But I mean, that's what makes them unique, too. Okay. So maybe enough mental focus to do it without hands could be there. And it's like when you're beginning, right? You have to say it out loud. You have to move your hands. And so maybe there's that. Could have some magical metals in the world. Absolutely. I like that concept. It's like, depending... let's say material. Material matters, right? And we could have... metal, material, wood, material, magic metal, something like that. Like we have different materials as well. And naturally enchanted weapon would be a neat concept. I do think that works too. Be able to channel magic. I can see that too. Like magic metal allows channeling there. Natural magic damage, maybe something like that. Rune based. So that's an interesting concept. It's something we haven't talked about before, but in theory, I mean, this would rework weapons entirely. Fuck, this would be a system. Okay, so it was asked about a gem system, right? A gem enchantment system, and saying, how many enchantment slots do we have? Right now, all enchantments have been balanced that you get 1 enchantment slot. But it could be a, like it could be slots. It could be gemstones that are enchanted. They get placed into the weapon itself, improving it as well. And like some of the better weapons have more slots too, so you could do more enchantments. It also creates opportunity that you could destroy one of the gems, allowing you to re-enchant your weapon. That way you could still have your reinforced weapon, and then later improve it. So it could be, I could see it as well. I'm still leaning on the line of, like, once it's enchanted, you shouldn't be able to enchant it again, but if somebody has a favorite sword, I don't know. There's still quite a bit to it. But we have a lot of definitions here, at least. A lot of definitions, right? So I'm gonna do something here. We're gonna throw ideas, effects as well. So thinking here, higher tiered weapons possibly having more enchantments. As long as it flick, then you can see it. Yeah, that's the thing, is like higher tiered weapons could, but I'm still, my honest hesitation is that weapons should have some, like, they need something to make them unique, but at the same time, why not just make special enchanted weapons that you just find in the world, and then anybody could get any kind of weapon. Like, if you wanted a katana for your class, why not? It's thematic, it's thematic to you, and you could enjoy it, and you could have a katana. Why not? If you wanted shurikens, if you wanted a big old hammer or something like that, like, why not? We should be able to have those things as well. So yeah, it's kind of, it's tricky. It's very tricky too. Let's see, rename. We're gonna do this. We're gonna start adding another sheet in a moment, which is weapons. Just for ideas. Yamato Reel, exactly. You could do it, why not? Why not? We should have everything there. All ideas. Okay. And that's why I don't want to necessarily do enchantment slots, because I want it to be like, if you find an old claymore, it's just still a claymore at the end of the day. It just happens to have a very special enchantment that a certain enchanter figured out and studied their whole life to enchant with. So I don't want to necessarily do that. Plus, when you do like gem slots and things like that, it means like I have to figure out how to give you higher tier of gear and weapons, and like that's hard. We can add disenchantment. That is a possibility, and I suppose that could work in the world to disenchant something. You are correct on that. I could, and honestly, maybe the disenchantment is just, it destroys the enchantment. So if you got a super special enchantment and it got disenchanted, sorry, it's gone forever. I could see that. I could see that. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to quickly grab all of our current weapons. I'm going to throw them over here. Weapon. Characteristics. Let's just throw these all here. These are all of our weapons that we currently have in the game, but we want to make them special, right? And we need to make them unique. We're gonna skip these. We need stuff that makes them unique. And we need to see if we have all the definitions. We need to. We're just put those there. We'll follow up in a minute. There's also weapons, too, I'm thinking about. Like, I've tended to classify things like the axes as having increased critical. And the thing is, I'm wondering if that's more of a trait of, like, slashing. Dual enchantment. Dual enchantment, possibly. I still think I'd rather mono enchantments on things. Like, that's kind of my thought, is I'd still rather mono enchantments. You have to commit to something, because otherwise, in theory, you can enchant your sword with, like, everything. Even if it's, like, only 2, that still could be quite a bit as well. I mean, looking at some of the enchantments, right, like, for pretty much every single debuff, there is an enchantment for it. There, so like, let's say I were to go to large, and instead of specialty shop, we go to our enchanter here, right? Affliction, bleed, blind, fatigue, frost, insanity, off balance, poison, silence, stun, weaken, which is weak now, wound, like all these things. Like, you could just put whatever you want on your weapons as well. Bane of beasts, bane of humans, and it's like all of a sudden you're just making stuff insane. You can also build your immunities if you need it. Immunity, silence, it just holds your vocal cords open. Yeah. If you have dual enchantments, make it super damn rare. I mean, that's true. If you have a dual enchantment, it should be rare. It should be rare to get a dual enchanted, and technically Yas has a dual enchanted weapon, right? Because he has the sword from Salazar's Elite, which is enchanted with Bane of Orcs and poison. There. So, like, afflict poison. Affliction poison. So, like, he's got one. They exist. Language Elvish on a sword. That would be funny. I need to clarify it here. You technically can't put it on a sword, because, you know, it's like, now my sword speaks Elvish. It's supposed to be headgear, but at the same time, like, I guess if you enchanted your sword with Elvish there, it just would be useless, because it wouldn't be useless. You put the sword to your head, and all of a sudden you understand Elvish. It's like, oh, yes, of course. I speak Elvish now. My mental brainwaves speak Elvish. I suppose. Why not? People stare at you weird. What if make Frosty the Snowman via hat? I mean, basically, technically your snowman can't talk, but if you gave it a hat like Language Algarian, your snowman could talk all of a sudden. Enchants paper. See, and that's the other side, is like, I gotta figure out, like, I don't want to, like, dictate what necessarily can and can't be enchanted, but there needs to be some limits. Some kind of rule on it. So, something to think about, too. Yeah, what's this man doing with a sword? He's running around, he's got a sword in one ear, a dagger in the other, and he's like, I understand everything. And everybody's like, he's speaking to fucking aliens. The sword talks. So, let's talk about these classifications once again. Always boost by strength, not always boost by strength, right? It is Lucy. That would be funny. That would actually be a cool curse, too. That would be cool. But you'd have to, like... Actually, I mean, let's talk about enchantment for 1 second. You guys have to use soul stones anyway. So, you enchant a weapon with the soul, and it gives them speech, right? And all of a sudden, it's like, now they talk to you. Mr. Knife. Oh my god, actually, okay. I have a cursed weapon idea, and I'm gonna do it, because Mr. Knife triggered a thought, and this is probably not related. Cursed weapon. Mr. Knife will talk to you, will talk to only its wielder. Straight one. It can float. It's a flying knife. It's a flying knife. So in this case, you can, you don't have to hold it. He will move and attack. It has a 25 or maybe even a 10% chance it attacks you instead. So you have this there, and it's like, oh, it's a little bit of knife. It's like, hello, you son of a bitch. I fucking hate you. And then all of a sudden it just whoosh. There is a tiered system of souls. And I mean, it makes sense. If you got a greater soul, that's there. Now you can use the sword to summon that person from the dead to fight for a short time. That would be cool, but that would be like a sword of necromancy in there, which sounds cool. You want a loot that hates me? Don't touch me again, you fucking bitch. Mr. Knife is very Cinderay. I'll put there. Very Cinderay. Close to our beloved Mr. Knife. Good. I'm glad. See, this just makes sense. I'm tracking with this. Okay, so here's what we should do now. We have some of these categories and definitions. We should use these and come up with maybe some effects with them. Like, what does it mean for things like these? For example, shield. It provides physical resistance, so increase PR. It should also, just thinking about this, it should also, with the force enemies back, it could inflict off balance. Right? Force enemies back, you make them off balanced in that case. And that's what you really want to do, is you want to knock them off. I mean, deflect magic mirror shield, that would have to be a specific type of shield that's probably made with magic metal in there. Or was it a scythe? Is it? I mean, there's that too. It's like Bane of Bosses. You guys, I can't wait for you to do more dungeons. Like, you guys just need to do more dungeons and shit, because I can then just give you enchanted armor and gear and all that stuff. DST weapons. I mean, we could. Why not? They could be in here. Okay, piercing, right? The whole point of piercing weapons, and I should say maybe you've got, they can ignore PR, and they can inflict wound as kind of their benefit, right? I'm wondering if slashing weapons have actually... This actually might be... Giant Slayer's cool. Alright, we're jotting some of these down as we go. Let's see. More damage on bigger targets. Yes. The soul of a vengeful dwarf stepped on by a giant. I like it. I like it. On by giant. All right. I'm wondering here if slashing, is it really just slashing? So we know I want it to inflict bleed, right? That's a thing. I'm wondering if it has decreased critical threshold. Like if that's actually what this is. If slashing weapons have that. Rigor Mortis does more damage if a teammate's die. Okay, I like it. Mornist. More damage if what? Teammate dies. I like it. I like it. Keep adding them. Keep them up. We're good here. Okay. This one, bludgeoning, right? It's all about, like, breaking their targets in a sense. They inflict weak. And I think this is kind of the main debuff, right? They're slowly weakening their targets. And I think instead of... I'm going to end up renaming weak to bruise. Probably. Something like that. Or, like, cripple or something there. But heavy... Like, they inflict weak, have something that inflict off balance, but maybe it's there. Heavy, right? They have increased damage. But they also... What is slow? What is slow? Right now, add a broken bone status. That is probably a good idea. We're also going to be looking at buffs and debuffs today. Seeing if they make sense. I'm putting there. Debuff ideas. Ideas. Okay. Just keep these all here. Keep it sorted. Broken bones. So, slow. What I've used previously to indicate slow was decreased initiative. But I think... I mean, that is a part of heavy, right? Is that kind of like decreased initiative? But I'm wondering if heavy is more of like how well you can avoid the weapon itself, right? So when we talk about hit dice, right now our hit dice are either a 1d4, a 1d6, or a 1d8 as well. And this balances well with evasion, right? Because the more evasion that you have, the easier it is to dodge these sorts of weapons. But what do these numbers really mean? I want to consider 1d6 is our average balanced weapon. Because the only way for a 1d6 to not like hit a target is if they have like 6 evasion, right? Which is unlikely. There, 6 evasion is a lot of evasion. Like, yeah, that is just a lot of evasion, right? Is there a permanent handicap debuff? That would be more thematic, and that's just because of the nature of the world having a bunch of magic there, so it's kind of like hard to permanently handicap. That would fall under scars, though, which, by the way, let's just... Scar ideas. Lost in eye as an example. Is Boggle scarred? I mean, he's probably emotionally scarred more than anything. Like, more emotionally. So, a polearm, I like the idea of polearms having reach of some course. Reach, or I kind of liked Apple. I want to hold your idea here that you had earlier, which is as a response, can attack a character that moved closer. And I kind of want to keep this idea because this actually has some other applications that I think could work really well. And here's what I'm thinking. as a response, can attack a character that moved closer. Like, that could just be the trait of all polearms. I absolutely could see that. And it's basically taking place of your attack of opportunity. It is reaction. Well, in response is our variation of reaction there. But yeah, in response to them taking a step closer to you, stepping into range. As a response, can attack a character that entered range. I think that could absolutely work. So if they entered range, you basically just get to poke them there. And I kind of like that. I think, honestly, let's play with it. Let's keep that, and I think we'll move this to effects there. I think that works really well. Agile weapons. These agile weapons, though. So with polearms, the other side, I think if we just classify this, then light weapons should probably... They don't necessarily make you faster, do they? Like, what is the advantage of a light weapon there? So polearms are good for holding position, but become average when being aggressor. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, polearms could give initiative. Light weapons could give initiative. But at the same time, it's like, if I have just daggers, just holding the daggers doesn't necessarily make me faster. Conversely, holding a big old hammer probably does make me slower. And I actually think lower hit die is important. Light weapons probably just have a lower... I guess there's also... In place here, we have a small weapons, which in turn are just going to have, less range, something like that. There, give initiative or add a dexterity. I don't want to give weapons. I don't want to give weapons the ability to add stats on their own, right? Especially like dexterity, because dexterity is used to increase evasion. But that is a thing. Just kind of saying that out loud. Light weapons, right, give you more evasion. Let's just jot that down. Give more evasion opportunities. You can make a dex give a higher boost when using light weapons. That is possible. There is also, and this is getting saucy. This is getting saucy because it starts to go against the mechanics of the game a little bit, but there could be dexterous weapons. There could be strength weapons and dexterous weapons, right? Put those there just as ideas. Better reaction time there. If you have a lighter weapon, you react faster. I mean, that is true. I think there more evasion opportunities. Okay, when you phrase it like that, react faster. When you phrase it like that, that actually does tell me increase initiative. Like that actually makes sense to me. Like you got a stronger initiative or a faster initiative just because you have a lighter weapon, right? And light and small kind of go together, but not necessarily, because I'm still thinking like quarterstaff is. I would consider a quarterstaff a lighter weapon as well. Boomerang. See, the boomerang has that kind of versatility too. But like small weapons, that's kind of like anything that's small, like a dagger, I would consider small. A boomerang, I would consider small. Shurikens, obviously, are small. Things like they have less range isn't really the right wording. They're just easier to carry. Boomerang small. I mean, I guess the size of the boomerang. Let's see. All right. Images. I want to see, like, yeah. lighter throwable weapons might have less accuracy. I could see that. While heavy might be more accurate. Okay, how do you figure? Like, and I'm not trying to like call you out there. Yeah, I like what makes them more accurate? What would you say? There's also, I like the idea of sweeping. Sweeping weapons hit more characters. You just thought wind? Okay, I could see that. I think that's probably more of a speed thing, though, right? Like, I'll easily argue that a boomerang cannot go as fast as, like, a bow and arrow. Like, it just can't. There. You just whoosh only so far on it. Due to less resistance. I could see that. I'm just trying to think how we would classify that. There is also I'm trying to think as well. Heavier weapons sweep larger areas. I don't want to even say heavier weapons sweep larger areas. I think that's a bigger weapon. Let's choose and hear me out, a mace. A mace doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be a large, big weapon. It could be a small mace, and it's still heavy, right? Like, it's a heavy bludgeoning weapon. There. Versus, like, a great hammer, right? And we're going to rename it to Great Hammer, just as a heads up. Like, I want clarification. This is not just a hammer. This is a great hammer. Like, you've got the great hammer's big and heavy. So instead of bigger, it's just big. So being big means you got more of that sweep. It should have always been great hammer. You're correct. It's what it should have been. It is now. It's official. Okay, so a big weapon has like that sweep potential, right? It can sweep. You can use it to do a sweep. So that's where I think we have something else. What if, hear me out. Yes, we're establishing the definitions before we start classifying things more clearly. I actually think, what if this is throwing something else out there? It has an alternate attack. Sweep can hit up to 2 targets. There. So if we define a weapon as something big or something sweeping, right? This kind of sweeping, I think we'll classify big and sweeping there as well. Like the big boomerang. Yes, exactly. Like the war scythe, like the hammer. Introduce combos. I mean, there are other ways to introduce combos. But if we think about like big sweeping there, this kind of sweep a larger area, and maybe the add effect is exactly this. We give an alternate there. Hammer is heavy. It could be multiple. Well, here's the thing, Yas. They could be multiple and will be multiple definitions. For when we get into characteristics, all of these are going to have multiple definitions there. No, weapons will have multiple classifications there. So like a hammer could be big and heavy. And we could define a mace as like just heavy without being big on there. And so if it's heavy, any weapon that's heavy, we're going to increase the damage, but I think lowering the hit die because you're slower on it. And an argument could be made that light weapons actually increase the hit die? All right, wait. Big weapons, if doing the sweep attack, increase hit die? What about that? Increasing hit die in a light weapon is a response to that? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, light weapons, long mace would be big and heavy. Because a mace would be heavy, it'd be big. Yeah, do less surface area, more velocity. Like, it could also just be defined as sweep as well. We could separate this out. And actually, we could separate this out, and maybe that's what it is. I'm just putting this here. Once again, we're talking. Sweeping. We're sweeping. I'm starting to nonsense words. Heavy weapons. Well, once again, I don't want to say heavy weapons innately cover more areas. Big weapons cover more areas. Heavy, I want you to always think of the mace. The mace can be a heavy weapon without being big. Right? And it could be just its regular range when you're thinking just like a regular old mace. That's more of a flail than a mace. But like, look at this. That's not necessarily big. Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah. It's easy to collate the two. There. I think I do the same. They have more resistance, which would decrease the hit die. More resistance? When you say more resistance, you mean like they're harder to break? Because I assure you I don't want to introduce breakability. Mass? I mean, there's just the concept of mass. Too. Surface area. I mean, harder to swing. Yeah. Big is sweep larger area, harder to swing. Yeah, harder to swing. And I think big could be paired with like two-handed pretty quickly. I mean, we already have big listed under two-handed there, so it's harder to swing, must be two-handed. Is probably another just requirement of something that's big. It has to be a two-handed weapon. There. Yeah, I do not want... You can't break your funny weapon, that is correct. Yeah, I wouldn't say... Air resistance might be getting too scientific. Could have strength make heavy weapons easier to use. That's true. That's true. It's tricky. It's tricky. But we could introduce strength thresholds on weapons. Oh, okay. That's the question. How deep of a rabbit hole do we want to go down? Like, we have dex buff light weapons, right? Like, that goes real deep down the rabbit hole, but it could be interesting. Oh, that's tricky. That's tricky. Because we don't want it to be too... Here's the thing. We can't necessarily make it too complicated for pen and paper, but at the same time, we're building this. So this will do all of our tracking for us. So we don't necessarily need to worry about that in a sense. Let's see where I literally just lost you guys. All right, here. Strength buffing heavy accuracy and dex boosting light accuracy. See, that's where it's tricky because, like... Okay, hear me out here. I'm just spitballing. I know we're all spitballing here. Strength as a stat, just in the game, increases damage. That is what strength does. Dexterity as a stat increases your evasion, initiative, and your stamina. Like, it increases all of it. So, if we also make dexterous weapons, like, increase accuracy on light things, like, accurate weapons have higher hit chances, I think. And actually, let's do that. Let's add in accurate. Increased hit chance. Yeah. Maybe that's just what it is. Or increased hit bonus. Hit bonus or increased hit die. Honestly. It's probably more what it is. When do you think the guide will be realistically finished? When you say guide, like your new class guide, it's... I'm hoping... I don't know. If I'm honest, I'm not sure. It's all a matter of, like, how work messes with me, right? All right, I want to read Mora's message here. Some stat requirements, such as Dex, Strength, Int. Players need to allocate their attribute points accordingly to equip specific weapons, but probably don't need to lock ourselves. Yeah, I don't want to lock out of weapons, but I could see the stat boosting stuff. Like, if we define that it's a strength weapon versus a dexterous weapon, like, we could define that a dagger is a dexterous weapon, right? And it could get bonuses in that case. Yes, that's actually an excellent point. Also, why did the TTS... Oh, it was a broken accent. We gotta figure out why that's there. Let's see.
Off topic. Rolling in the character sheet doesn't make sense to me. We're rolling in Discord so that XZ can see it and we can show off good, bad rolls. I recommend a roll input field so that we can copy the roll numbers from the Discord or roll same rolls.
So, you're completely correct, Yas, and we could also just, like, that's a part of the reason that this exists here. And maybe I'll put a copy button that I'll just, like, use just copy paste to do it. The rolling in the sheet has another effect, which is it takes into account all of your buffs and debuffs too, so that when I do roll a saving throw, or, like, for example, let's say I get advantage on it, I can roll my saving throw. It already took into... Wow, I've rolled a shit number, but it rolled with advantage on there. Or if I have something like focus, that's frost. Focus, right? I've got 3 stacks of focus now that give me +3. So when I roll my attack roll, which it's not displaying currently, but when I roll my attack roll, I could see that I got my bonus on my die. So I actually rolled 6s on a D4 as well. So that's where it's yes. But that is true. No one else can see if you get a 20. There is a way. It's tricky, but there could be a way we could pair it eventually. Yeah, it's true. We could plug in the roll. That's the other thing, is, like, we could just plug in what you rolled. That's a good point. Let's keep that in mind. That's an excellent point, that you roll in the Discord and then just plug it into the sheet to keep track of it. I could definitely see that, and that's not any more difficult to do. Let's just jot that down. Plug in roll from Discord. Just there. I think that's a good idea. There is a third variant that we could do, and this is not too tricky, but technically speaking, I could host a server on my computer, which is technically what I do when I run the Discord bot. It's running a little server on my computer, and when you guys respond with a Discord bot and roll, it comes to my computer, and then my computer posts it to OBS to do the dice roll. Speaking of which, don't let me forget, I kind of wanted to build a dice roll command in OBS as well. Okay. I don't want to forget. So you guys can roll dice. And it will roll on screen, because that's easy enough to do. There. But yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yep. Plugging in the roll that you get, and then just having it tell you what actually happened here, because the other side of what happens when you do an attack roll on the website is it tells you what happened there. It says, oh, you ignore 1 physical resistance with that attack, versus if I roll another attack here, I got a critical success. I rolled a 20. I'm dealing 48 damage because I'm salty and I'm broke as fuck. And I ignore 3 damage resistance and inflict wound. With 1 dagger, ignore 3 damage resistance and inflict wound on another. So it's like, yeah, you know, that's helpful, at least. All right, let's pull there. Yeah, it should be that, and that's what we would copy, right? Also, for some reason, the roll on the sheet keeps getting low rolls at the sheet. That's true. Yes. But yeah, I think I'm tracking with both of you guys. I know what's going on, and I think that's a good idea. I haven't ever made a copy button, so that'll be kind of fun to make. Like, just copy to clipboard there, because I think that would be good. Okay. So, let's keep working through a couple of these definitions here, right? One of the effects here of this one is we have the word disadvantage, and we could change that, but I think I'll just keep right now the -1 evasion from melee attackers is kind of the main thing there. It should be curved. I don't know why. Always boosted by strength on melee weapons. Question mark. There, small weapons give you more flexibility. How do I keep losing you guys? I'm throwing this up here so I don't lose your... Wait, you can rephase. Curse. Cursed? Well, cursed is a whole different thing. Like, I would consider Mr. Knife a cursed weapon. There. Like, that'd be real cursed. Okay. So, let's go back to our problem statements here. Problems. Weapons are unbalanced, that's the first thing. Weapons are samey. We want them to be more unique. They don't feel like they should, right? And there's not enough categories. So I can say for certain that we have enough categories, probably. Like, we have enough categories now. But we still need all the weapons to feel different. Like, we need these to feel different. So let's, in characteristics, so I'm going to do this fun little data validation thing here to make it a little bit easier. Do data validation. It'll be drop down from a range. Allow multiple selections, and the range is this one, but we start at A2. Thanks. All right. We got all these classifications, and we could select multiple. Done. Did you add the fucking rule, or I have to go on the sheet? Okay, great. We'll just quick one little edit because it doesn't like this. Done. There we go. Characteristics. So now we can start typing in characteristics for all of these weapons and use it as influence for everything else that happens here. There, like the number of hands, the hit dice, the range, all of that kind of stuff. Leak is so far, you don't have a use for. It's just it is kind of mostly an aesthetic there. But you know what? Fuck it. Leak. We'll classify it too while we're here. This is time. More liable to melee attack. Okay, so let's say short sword, right? General classifications. Short sword is a melee weapon. It's a slashing weapon. It's neither heavy nor is it light. It's not big because it's a short sword. Is it sweeping? It's not a polearm. I do think it's still like a one-handed there. It's kind of middle. I don't know if I'd classify it sweeping. It's probably versatile. Yeah, I think it's versatile. It's not mechanical. It's not channeling. It's not spell-based. Its material is metal. We're getting rid of that. It is a strength weapon, and it's not accurate. All right, let's do that. Bam. Everything else. Do a quick little bit of this. And we're going to view freeze one row. Right? So we got this melee slashing one-handed versatile weapon, which is great and all. Let's look at some other weapons here. So like a dagger. A dagger's melee. It's a piercing weapon. It is light. It is small. It's not a polearm. It's definitely one-handed. It's not as versatile. Also, I'm realizing there's another classification, which is throwable. Throwable. A dagger is throwable. It's probably more of a dexterous weapon. Material metal. Is it? It's not super versatile. Swords can be thrusted. That is true. Short sword, I mean, you are right. Swords can be thrusted. Okay. You know what? Let's keep it right now. We're not throwing everything out. Swords can be thrusted. So, piercing. Claymore is a melee weapon. It's slashing and piercing, as we defined here for a moment ago. Claymores can be heavy. I mean, okay. Let's look at here. A short sword, right? A typical single-handed short sword weighs roughly 1.5 to 3 pounds. Let's just claymore. Claymore is 5 pounds. Hander. I spelled it wrong. 5 to 8 pounds. So, Vihander is a little bit higher. Even heavier. And such. So, an argument can be made that a claymore is heavy. It's not super heavy, but it is heavier. I mean, Vihander is probably the heaviest, right? Yeah, it's a two-handed sword, right? It's a two-handed sword. I wouldn't necessarily say claymore is sweeping. Could be. It's not a polearm. It's not versatile. Made of metal. It's not throwable. It's a strength weapon. Versus, we'll be adding more weapons, but I want to kind of not forget, a rapier is different, right? But we got this Vihander, which is easily melee. We're putting piercing, slashing. It is heavy. It is big. It is sweeping. It is not a polearm. It is definitely two-handed. It is not versatile. It's made of metal. It's definitely a strength weapon, and is most certainly not throwable, right? We've got whip here. Whip is a melee weapon. It also, it's got range on it. And whips are slashing. They are not piercing in any way. They are also light. They're not big. They are smallish. I mean, you could, but it's like, try throwing a two-handed sword. It might just go like into the ground. Several weapons are going to have similar characteristics, and that's okay. We do want to make each weapon unique and different in a balance, right? So the reason that you would choose a claymore over Zweihander, right, is because Zweihander is really big. Like, it's really big and heavy. Whip is one-handed. Whip is a whip versatile? I don't think you can really switch up the whip and stuff. It just smacks. It doesn't have enchantment slots. I'd call it a dexterous weapon. I would call it accurate. Like, a whip can be accurate if you know how to use it. You really can't two-hand a whip. It is kind of awkward. It'd have to be like a really big whip, which I've seen, but you're one-handing a whip on it. So it's not versatile in that case. Battle axe. Battle axe is a melee weapon, right? It has rope abilities, but no alternate attacks. I do like that. Rope abilities? Let's just put that in for a note. I like where you're thinking. All right, battle axe melee. It's only slashing. It is typically heavy. It is sweeping. And this is where it gets tricky, right? Because we can do, there's multiple types of battle axes. But typically, I think of like this one. When I think battle axe, I do think of like this guy. More than this guy. And it could be either or. It could be more this there, which is probably more there. You want to throw it? I mean, you have throwing axe. That is I have it separated here. It is different. So I think sweeping is right. I think it's two-handed in this case. It's not versatile as much. Yeah, throwing axe exists. And there's, I made sure to add it. Metal, right? It is a strength weapon, and I wouldn't call it accurate per se. There. Okay, tell your free trust not to suck you. All right, we've got a melee weapon here, right? This is slashing only for a war scythe. I'd consider the war scythe a heavy weapon. It's big. It's sweeping. It's a two-handed weapon for sure. It's not as versatile on it. Probably made of metal. Is it a dexterous weapon? That's a question. Is a war scythe more of a dexterous weapon or a strength weapon? Well, depending on what picture you go for, this is the war scythe. It actually looks like a polearm. This is more of what I pictured, but that's because I'm an edgelord. There. This is technically correct. How many crits? It depends how much damage you deal. Some weapons could be both. I mean, you're right. That's not a scythe. Look up farm scythe. I mean, yeah. This is what most people think about when they think scythe, right? Because this is a scythe. You got this. These are all variants on it. Sickle. A sickle would be a kind of a fun weapon as well. We'll add to the list. Yeah. War Scythe and Farm Scythe are very different. They are. The War Scythe is 100% more a polearm. Like, it's just a polearm. Orc War Scythe. Like, it's, okay. It's a polearm with a cutting blade on it. Like, this is them using War Scythes as well. I mean, we could just classify Farm Scythe versus War Scythe. That's tricky. See, we could go our lore and decide that a War Scythe is the cooler looking one. Like, it's the cooler one, but we could also decide not. We're gonna put it out there. Scarboy. Yeah, why are they getting the farm sides for weapons? You do have a cooler one. And actually, I think that's an idea too. Modular is potential there. Lack of weapons, so they use farming. I mean, there's true. So when I see the War Scythe, though, funny enough, because its original intent was to be sweeping, I'm actually not seeing sweeping on the War Scythe. But it could be our lore, so I'm gonna call it Edge version. It's the Edge version. It's the scythe. It's the scythe you get as the Grim Reaper. That is the weapon there. So that's what it is. That's what it is. We're committing to it. It's the iconic one. Even though War Scythe is a thing, there it's the edgy version of a War Scythe. Grim Reaper. I don't want to name it Grim Reaper because I might use Grim Reaper for an actual legendary weapon at some point. You were imagining the actual polearm version? That's funny. I was not. When I designed it, the War Scythe was literally just a scythe, like a farm scythe setup. Yeah, let's keep it there. Claws. Claws are melee. They are slashing. You slash with claws. They're very light. They are not sweeping. They are small. Claws. So this is the thing. You could equip one claw. I made it a sweeping weapon. I did keep sweeping in there. We're gonna keep the sweeping. We're making it not a polearm. Yeah, we're gonna keep sweeping there. I want there. Small or large, depending on the beast. It is depending on beast, but when I'm thinking claws, I'm thinking... I mean, honestly, this is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Like these. This is basically what you're getting. Is you're getting these. I just want you to know that if you were to choose claws, this is what claws are. I envision. They're literally claws you grab a hold of like this, and you are using them to cut and slash quickly. So different than the regular claws you would envision there. I would consider claw, so this is where it's tricky, because I kind of consider it two-handed, but at the same time, you could just equip it on one hand on there. So I'm gonna count them as one-handed. There, add glaives, like sweeping polearms, since they're super similar to war scythes. Sure, we can do that. We'll add a glaive. Claws are not versatile. They are made of metal. They are also... They're not mechanical. Question is, are they a strength or a dexterous weapon? Add every medieval weapon. There's a lot. I mean, I'm not against adding weapons, but would we consider them more dex? That's where it's tricky. Because, like, when I think dexterous weapons, I think bows. Bows are the first thing that come to my mind. Daggers, too, because you need the, like, flexibility with them to get swipe. But that's interesting. Well, no. The War Scythe Yas that I pictured on screen is not what I pictured in my head when I designed War Scythe. Maybe both. Because you need some strength to actually cut with them, but you also need to be dexterous to really use it. We're marking
find
both.
The skinned corpse in the basement?
Did the barkeeper find a skinned corpse in the basement? Well, you wouldn't know that yet, but probably. He was probably told about that there'd be a corpse, but he probably wasn't told it'd be skinned. When you think of Wolverine claws, you think of Wolverine. That's valid. All right, halberd. Halberd's a melee weapon. It is also... I mean, let's pull up this halberd, right? This is a halberd. Halberd has got a pokey part. It's got a pokey part. You stab with it and you cut with it, right? Question is whether it's a gargoyle tail halberd or regular halberd. That's true. I'm thinking regular halberd in this case. That's my initial thought. But it's kind of piercing and slashing. I am certain it's heavy. Let's see. Halberds, yeah, halberds are heavy. They're 5 to 8 pounds. So they're the same weight as Zweihander, but that it's still like you're swinging there. So they are heavy. They are a polearm, though. Yeah, it's a heavy two-handed polearm, right? I wouldn't classify it necessarily. When a polearm is like different than just being big, right? But it is kind of big. Well, let's leave that there. It's not versatile. Well, it kind of is versatile. Sweeping? All right, I can go for sweeping. It's kind of versatile, but it's kind of not. I don't know. Just gotta think about that. Metal? They're metal. They are... Huh. Strength versus dexterous. It's a heavy weapon, so it's got to have some strength component to it. But it could be dexterous, too. I'm thinking strength. All right, let's keep it that. Throwing axe. This is a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. It is slashing, is not a piercing. Throwing axes shouldn't, I mean, they're not light, they're medium weight. There. But they're throwable, right? They're not big, they're not super small, they're one-handed. They're not really versatile. Made of metal. Here's the thing, it's throwable. Would we consider it strength or dex? I feel like it's strength, but it's gotta be dex too if it's throwable, right? It's kinda has to be both. And there. Have I seen what a halberd could do to a helmet? I mean, all right, I'm with you. They're strength. Spears. Spears are melee weapons. They're also technically, they're melee weapons, I should say. This, like, it says throwable axe or throwing axe. It's really still just a melee weapon. Spears are piercing. They are not slashing, not really. Spears can be light, I would consider. They're not big. You don't really sweep with the spear. Here's the dealio. Spears are technically a one-handed item, but you can also two-hand it. So I guess you would say versatile? You could sweep with it. I mean, you're right. You're right on it. Here's the thing. It is a pole arm as well. It's a pole arm made of metal, typically. It is throwable. I'd consider it probably more of a strength weapon, but it's also a little bit of a dexterous weapon. Let's see here. I was not intending to skip polearm on spear. Spear is a polearm. It is the polearm. Does this feel correct, though? I feel like it is. Original polearm. The de facto polearm. It could be both strength and dex, right? It really could. So let's make it both for right now. Spiked mace. Spiked mace is a melee weapon. Spiked mace versus a regular mace does have piercing on it in addition to being bludgeoning, right? Should it have all the same? But a spear, I mean, a halberd versus a spear. I consider a spear a lighter version. It's a throwable thing you could do, but you could also just have it. I guess you could slash with it. Yeah, you bring up good points. You could slash with a spear as well. I'm thinking more the pokey spear. I guess you would be thinking sweeping more than slashing. Yeah, maybe. Well, you could sweep with the spear, but it's less of a sweeping weapon. Yeah, I think I'll commit to that. Let's just commit to that. Yeah, they're not heavy. Like, they're intended to be light. There. All right, spiked mace, right? These spiked maces, they're mace, so they should be heavy. They're not big. They're not sweeping. They're not a polearm. They are one-handed. They're not really versatile. Like, when I think versatile, I'm thinking almost like you can two-hand it, but you're choosing not to. Because we might be making a new rule today, which basically is going to come down to if you two-hand a one-handed weapon, you get a bonus. And I think that's where versatile is going to define. Mace is 100% just a strength weapon. And it's not throwable. Unarmed is not really a weapon, and I'm not gonna waste our time with unarmed. We kind of have to. Okay, we'll do unarmed. Unarmed's melee. It's bludgeoning only. It's light. Small. It two-handed. Kinda. And it's strength only. I mean, you could be dexterous with punching, but that's it. It's throwable. One-handed, so that's where it's tricky, because, like, yeah, it's one-handed, but it's kind of the default for if you're not having anything. Bony fingers, I mean, you got me there. It's tricky. Grapple is two-handed, punch is one-handed. You're correct on that, yes. Okay, you're correct on that. I'm gonna put one-handed and two-handed on it, because we're about to do armored fists, which they're melee. They're also bludgeoning. They're not heavy or light. I mean, they're light still. What am I talking? One-handed, two-handed. They're metal. It's kind of big difference, and it's kind of strength. It's mostly strength. Yes. So, like, you've got armored fists, and I'm not quite thinking like arcane armored fists, but we could get there. Like giant armored fists. Sound cool? I'm gonna question mark that. I don't know if we'll actually add that. Quarterstaff. Quarterstaff's a melee weapon. Quarterstaff's a bludgeoning weapon. It's typically light. It's sweeping. It is, I wouldn't call it big. It's polearm kind of thing. It's two-handed, but actually it's more versatile than two-handed. It's versatile. I would say it's spell-based or channeling. Those kind of keywords there. Like an armored gauntlet. Yeah, that sounds better. Like armored gauntlet basically is what I'm envisioning. It's basically armored gauntlet is what I envision. Armored fists. Add the Starfist from Elden Ring. I don't know the Starfist from Elden Ring, but I could believe there. Quarterstaff is probably more dexterous than it is a strength weapon. Knuckle dusters. All right, now we gotta look up stuff. Knuckle duster. We got. No, so when I was thinking armored fists, I actually was thinking like armored gloves. Kind of like this, actually. Exactly like this. So this is an armored fist. There. So you put on the gauntlet. It can have like spikes and stuff on the end, but it's basically like intended to be punching. There. But it's still using your punching. It's so funny. What is this game? Armored Fists. All right. Quarterstaff. We just did that one. Whew. Yeah, quarterstaff I'd probably consider more dexterous than strength-based. Probably. More than likely. So do we want to add, like... So I've got this armored gauntlet, right? It's probably more accurate to what describing, or what I envision in my head, versus, like, brass knuckles. Or knuckle dusters. And I don't know if there would be any distinct advantage with knuckle dusters. Well, I guess the advantage with knuckle dusters versus armored gauntlets, you could equip both, kinda. How is a gauntlet light? I mean, it's lighter than a Quarterstaff. I guess you're right. I guess a gauntlet isn't necessarily light. All right, spiked flail. So I want to envision this. Is it this one? Yeah, this guy. Is it called a dark? Oh, they're just called dark hammers. This is what I'm envisioning, by the way. This weapon. Now, this is because we're no longer doing just the flail. There also, do we get a flail? Damn, that looks cool. Oh, this is in Cadence. Cadence of Hyrule. Oh, that's cool. All right, I'm into it. But yes, this is what it really is. It is a massive ball attached to a chain. Yeah, but hear me out. All right. What is a flail? But a ball attached to a chain, or you got these guys that are just swinging dildos on sticks. Like this is there. They've got these flails. These are the classic ones. And you would just you beat up somebody like that with it. And actually it's like a limp thing there. But you could also like this. Like that's just a flail. There's also this one, which doesn't seem there. It's very difficult to wield. Like this is, of all the weapons, 100% a dex weapon. This is not just a strength weapon. You need to know what you're doing. All right, Apple, I'm ready to hear you out. There's also this version of it, which I think is cool as fuck. Like this is what I envision. Now, dark hammers? Ball and train trooper. All right, dual shielding, allowed. It is allowed. You could dual wield shields, and shields can attack. Shields can do a bash. You just can't do like your sword and bash, but that is a thing. Shields can bash. Okay, when you're saying dueling shield, a dueling shield? All right. All right, what's a dueling shield? Okay, you have my interest. You have my interest. We're gonna put it on because I think that sounds cool. We'll put that on. If you just want to kill somebody with your shield, you could do it. This looks like a two-handed weapon. For sure. This is every single picture is them dual wielding it. Modified kite shield, basically. What was on that list? Tell you? There's a lot on this list, Dave. We've got so much. These are all the weapons in the game, and then we've been just adding a couple. Like, these are the ones we've added, but everything else is the same. There. We haven't even gotten into balancing yet. All right, I'm down. We'll have it. It is shield classification. Add saber. How is a saber? Just so I know. Nope, that's saber. You mean like this? Like, I have a rapier. American Revolution saber. But I do have rapier on there, because I think we could do some stuff with rapier. Like, I think that could be cool. Alright. Let's go back to this. This is what I was thinking for the flail, but we could also just cut out the flail entirely. There. Although, I guess it's ball and chain. So they call it ball and chain soldier. How is it different from a curved sword? I mean, much. It has 3 ones, Scimitar, Rapier, and Pistol. Scimitar. It's basically rock, paper, scissors. Okay. I don't know how Scimitar like, beats rapier or pistol. Like, I don't know how that rock, paper, scissors exactly works. You backpedaled. Remove flail and make it into giant ass ball. Okay. Let's just call it that. Giant ass ball. So the giant ass ball is definitely, it's kind of melee, kind of range, but it's mostly, actually, it's a melee range. It's a ranged weapon. I'm gonna argue it's a ranged weapon. It is not a melee weapon. We simplify. I mean, we could. It is definitely bludgeoning. You could make an argument piercing, but I think it's just bludgeoning. Then the spear is a ranged weapon. Well, spear can be thrown. I think this giant ass ball only is thrown. Like, it's not, like, you're not hitting it. And a spear, it can be a ranged weapon. You could throw a spear. A spear is throwable. This is heavy as fuck. It's not sweep. Well, see, this is tricky. I think, well, a spear, you could just throw the spear, right? Like, it's not sweeping. Yeah, I don't think it's sweeping. I think you spin it up and then you throw it in like a single direction. There. It's not like you're sweeping it around your head and hitting everyone. Like, you could, but it's not really a thing. This is 100% a two-handed weapon. So it's not sweeping. It's kind of, I mean, it's big. It's a big ass, giant ass ball, right? This is, it's just heavy. So it's a strength weapon. It's throwable, but it is not accurate by any sense. Spear kills you if you sidestep, rapier kills you if you put on armor, and pistol kills you if you backpedal. Okay. Do helicopter movements. See, that's the thing. If you do the helicopter movements with it, you could, in theory, hit other people. But I think we'll just say that you kind of charge it above your head and then whoosh, throw it for momentum. So it's a ranged only. Like, you cannot melee with it. It would also hit teammates. Alternate mode. Whoosh, kill everyone around me. Giant ass ball. Yeah, hit your first you hit your teammates, then you hit them. Snowball. All right, so let's call it, what was it? Ball and chain. That's what we'll call it. Ball and chain. Mace. A mace is a melee weapon. It's bludgeoning only. It's heavy. It's not big. It's not sweeping. It is one-handed. It's not... I guess you could two-hand a mace. So I guess we could say versatile. In that case. It is metal. And it is strength weapon. 100%. And that's it. A long mace is different, though. Here's how we're going to make it different. It's a melee weapon. It's bludgeoning. It's heavy. It's big and sweeping. The question is, do we make the long mace a polearm? Because long mace could be a polearm. Is the mace a polearm? Is the long mace a polearm? Roll over 12 or take 5 damage. Fail on throw. That would be hilarious. You have no problem having many. Yes. Yeah, we don't want to add failure necessary. Long mace is, it's gotta be 2-arm. It's probably polearm. It doesn't feel polearmy. Like, when I imagine long mace, I imagine it's just a long 2-handed mace. It is a weight on the end of a pole. I actually, Yas, I think you're correct, and I think that's kind of what I'm feeling, too. I think it's a polearm. It's weight on the end of a pole. It's basically a polearm. There. It's, yeah, I would call it a polearm. Metal. And it's 100% just a strength weapon. Like, it's one you're just, like, bashing them with, too. It doesn't feel like it would have the polearm effect, Probably, well, okay, consider this. The polearm effect, so what we're classifying polearms, right, is that response can attack a character as they enter range, right? I guess the polearm effect, right, is that you can kind of pierce them when they enter range. But hear me out. They enter range, and as a response, you just kind of reach and just drop. Like, it's kind of like a hammer. Honestly, the long mace, I'm thinking almost like a hammer now. So, it's a longer hammer. Like, great hammer, you could do sweep with. This, you could kind of sweep. I don't know, maybe we're overcomplicating it. I'm actually going to highlight this in red. This might get removed. Should do more damage to armor. Okay, let's talk about that. Let's add that in. I'm just going to add it here for a note. So we have inflict weak right now. More damage with armor? This could be a new thing that we introduce as well. Actually, and that's going to be a huge part of it. We are redefining these weapons. There. Yeah, it's easy enough. We can assign a bunch of things. So we'll keep this like this. Probably come back. We might actually just remove long mace. It just might not be in there. Made to counter armor. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Okay, let's keep that thought going then. Oh, this one. Makalhultuhatl. Makotl. Makotl? Makotl. So, here's the thing. Makotls are designed to decapitate. Well, more, it would be replaced with something else, basically. Can you make your hammer deal 3 damage instead of 2 and make it cost 1 stamina to use? Dave, we're gonna discuss that. Because, yes or no? Yeah, so it's sharp rocks embedded in a stick. They are designed to decapitate. Now, we could see here, in this picture, they are being one-handed, which is not something I did before, and I think is important. But yeah, this is what they're designed to do, is sever limbs. So this is a slashing weapon. It does have a durable component. You're right. It is like extra durable. So somebody tell Deer to watch on YouTube to save him energy. So they're a slashing weapon more than bludgeoning. How much do these weigh? I think they're heavy, but I don't actually know. Okay, they're not that heavy. They're medium weight. We'll call it that. Wrong sheet. So they're like medium weight. We'll keep it that. They're not sweeping. They're one-handed. I don't think you actually dual wield these at all. So they're made of metal. They are a strength weapon more than a dexterous weapon. It's one that if you're accurate with, you could decapitate, right? I mean, this is like, I want to call it a critical bonus for sure on this. Yeah, it's a sawing weapon. I think that's kind of the vibe here, right? It's a one-handed kind of like slashing weapon that is very durable, impacts on strength, and it clearly has kind of like this critical bonus component to it that you're going to be, like, you're supposed to be delimbing people, basically. Club. Club's a melee weapon. It's a bludgeoning weapon. Regular clubs aren't that heavy. It's increased crit chance. That's kind of what I think, right? Like, that's what I had before. That's kind of what right. It needs to be increased crit chance. Like, it needs a critical bonus, increased crit chance. Like, that's what it needs to be. There. Now, differentiate a club from a mace. Excellent. Yes, let's do that, because currently my clubs and maces are not good. Club weapon. There are many types of clubs. This is the default, de facto one. we're not clicking on this picture of the very naked man, but we've got this. Club is mostly wood versus metal, which I think I would classify as like lighter, right? So club gives you more, like a mace is heavy versus a club is light. So like I would actually classify a club as light. It's also wood. It's a strength weapon, 100%. It is versatile. It's one-handed, but also is versatile. It's not sweeping, it's not small. You get over them and you smack them with it. Be an end bonus since druids can control your body. You could regrow lost limbs after a time. I believe that is valid, Artanis. That is valid. I also kind of want to give you natural photosynthesis, but we have to look deeper into that. I think if we give you natural photosynthesis, we also have to, like, decrease your initiative even further. All right, Great Hammer. Great Hammer is a melee weapon. It's definitely bludgeoning. It's definitely heavy. It's definitely big. Is it sweeping? It could be sweeping. It could be sweeping. Like there. Great Hammer, I think Great Hammer is long mace. You're right. And I think that's where it's long mace, but it's definitely not a polearm. Like, it's not a polearm at all. It's made of metal, or wood, I guess. It could be either or. It's a strength weapon. Yeah, I think that's really the main differentiator there. If I made an argument for long mace, it is a polearm. Like, that would be the difference, is that the long mace is a polearm and the Great Hammer is not. And how I imagine you use long mace, right, is you're like sweeping with it to trip people. It's like a weapon that inflicts off balance or prone. That's the real benefit. Yeah, it could be more damaging to armor, though. Yeah, I think we could still make an argument for long mace. I'm putting on orange. All right, we're now into shields. These are shields. Shields are bludgeoning weapons. They're one-handed, normally. Now, a buckler is supposed to be a light shield. That's supposed to be our light shield. It's one-handed. It's going to be made of metal, more than likely. I guess, I don't think you would make a wood buckler. And it's not a weapon. Not really. Other shield. Kite shield is going to be that melee. It's going to be bludgeoning. Actually, leather? Is this a buckler made of leather? This is your buckler. Like, they're intended to be just this, honestly. Specific weaker shoal. Like, this is what I imagine as a buckler. Kite shields? All right, let's look at kite shields. This is a kite shield. Now, when I envision kite shield, I usually envision this, which is just straight up Dark Souls. So, you know, how accurate are they? You've also obviously got these ones. They're vary from wood to metal. And we could differentiate and make a wooden kite shield versus a metal kite shield. The difference being, like, weight. Basically, weight and defensibility. There. Yeah, I mean, we could differentiate, but we could also just be like, I mean, this is a kite shield, right? They're big, they're meant to protect the body on it, but they're also then, like, heavy. But we could do wood versus metal. Yeah. That's true. Okay. What do you guys think? Do we want Kite Shield to become wooden or metal? Or do we want to separate and have a wood or a metal? All right, give me the hateful idea, Dave. Dice rolling for shield defense? Okay. So here, okay. By nature, we have shields right now as they are. They give physical resistance. Right? They give physical resistance, they make you a little less evasive, right? Because when we think about, like, the next tier up, we have a tower shield. And tower shields are these. Not just from, like, Dark Souls. They're just big-ass shields. There. You're supposed to be using them to block your entire body, right? Shields give a reaction? It could. I could see it. The question is, like, do we want shields to give you the reaction so you now have to use your response to block with a shield, but you can block more damage? Or is it that they give a natural defensive bonus? Because right now, one thing that we haven't explored with shields, right, is that shields can bash. And you should be able to just, instead of your attack, you can bash with your shield on there. But yeah, that's the thing, is like nobody ever really uses the shield there. What era is the world in? So it's fantasy era. I hate to say it, but that's the era we're in. I'm not going to say like it's the 1600s real life or something like that. Like, it's fantasy era, so it's just, yeah, Yas, I think you're probably most correct on that. Like, we have muskets in there, right? Like, we have muskets, so they're to give, like, some level of future tech, but, shields. Dave, I do like your idea. I like your idea, and we want to make things more unique and interesting. I could see keeping shields passive, but I could also see equipping a shield gives you the opportunity to have a response to block additional damage or block effects. Ooh. Wait a second. Daniel has a revolver because Macedonia's hundreds of years in the future. That's their whole thing. Would it pass on shields for now and continue classifying other weapons? Yeah, let's come back to shields. I like the idea. All right. Let's come back to shields. I do like the idea here of shield response. Roll to block additional damage or effect, because that actually would be really opportune, right? As a tank, I have decided to take a shield, and as a response, I can choose to block further with the shield, and it can prevent me from getting effects. Like I'm imagining somebody slashing with a sword, and even though I'm going to get hit by that sword and they might have rolled really high, I could block it with my shield and prevent myself from getting bled or getting wounded by a spear or something. Like, that's helpful. And the bigger the shield, the bigger the bonus you get to, like, negate some of that stuff. I could see that being like an actual kind of cool option too. Dave is correct. He can only carry one nuke at a time. But let's come back to shields. We'll come back. We're going to skip ahead. We're now on ranged weapons. Bow is a ranged weapon. It's a piercing weapon. You don't slash with a bow. Bows can be light or heavy, so we'll just kind of put them in there. You're sad to hear that enemies could be immune to crits? Well, I don't think crits they would be immune to. Like, yeah, I don't think immunity to crits. If you get a crit, you get a crit. I'm thinking, Yas, more of like immunity to bleed, immunity to wound, immunity to like other things where you can just like block it there and like resist more. Because otherwise you could just get past the tank, right? But with the shield, now you're doing there. I'm actually liking this idea more and more as it comes up. Okay, so bows, they could be, bows are honestly light. Like I would consider a bow light, usually. It's not sweeping, it's not small, it's definitely two-handed, because it has to be. It's not musical or mechanical. It's typically made of wood. I guess you could make a metal bow, but it's wood. It's a dexterous weapon. It's also accurate. Right? Like, bow is accurate, and that's what it should be. Crossbow, very similar. It's piercing. The difference is that a crossbow is typically heavy. Well, not necessarily. Yeah, actually, I would say it's heavy. Like, crossbow should be heavy. It doesn't have to be heavy, but we could say, like, it's a heavy crossbow in that case. It's two-handed because it has to be. You just can't. It's kind of mechanical. We'll put there, it's kind of mechanical, which is more of, like, specialized skill. They're usually, I mean, there are wood. Yeah, we'll put it's wood, usually. It's dexterous weapon. It's also accurate. Musket rifle is a ranged weapon. It is piercing, once again. I don't think I would consider it bludgeoning by any streak. It is also heavy. It's big, but for different reasons. It's two-handed. Mechanical by nature. Metal. It's a dexterous weapon. It is also accurate as well, too. That's true. Shields could do that. Yeah, we could upgrade most. It's ass. Sounds like very low levels. It's true. A musket is less accurate than a bow. You've got me there. It's less accurate than a bow. It does. That is true. Okay. Shurikens. Shurikens are ranged. Shuriken. That's tricky. So shurikens are kind of slashing, kind of piercing. I mean, if you're hitting somebody with a shuriken, you're hitting more of the piercing, right? Because you want them to pierce. Let's see. Okay, well, let's keep there. They're light. They are very light. They are very small. They are one-handed. Like you can, shuriken. We don't have shurikens. We have throwing knives. Oh, I guess that's a sad thing we could sell. We have our throwing knives too in the closet there. It's a sad thing to sell. We can't take throwing knives with us because they wouldn't allow that necessarily. It's sad. Well, yeah, I enjoyed it too. Did I have not said anything like that, so we're gonna just move on. All right. Anyway, shurikens are not versatile, I would say. They are metal, and they're absolutely a dexterous weapon and accurate there too. Yes. So we got shurikens. Boomerangs are ranged. They're bludgeoning. They're light. Are they sweeping? What do you guys think? I think here's the thing is like here's the thing. If you throw a boomerang, the big one, yes. Technically speaking, if a boomerang hits someone, it technically doesn't come back. It just hit them. But at the same time, we've got special boomerangs that even if they hit somebody, they come right back to you. They're one-handed. I would say... So, here's the thing. I actually did research on boomerangs. And by the way, Mora, it makes me so happy you guys are finally using boomerangs. because I did so much research on boomerangs, and I think they're the funniest, like, cool weapon, because boomerangs are also literally used as melee weapons. Like, they're thrown, and then when you get close, they have sharp edges, and they will cut with them. And I'm like, that's fun as fuck. But they're not really versatile. They're typically will be made of wood. That's what we'll say. They are a dexterous weapon, but they aren't an accurate dexterous weapon. The big one, though, is ranged, bludgeoning, heavy, big, sweeping, two-handed, pole arm. It's not pole arm. Wood, and is a dexterous weapon. Maybe a little bit of strength. I don't know. I'm over there. More trauma. That's why boomerang. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Understandable. Steam revolver. Steam revolver is a ranged weapon. It is a piercing weapon. It is. It's not heavy, but it's also not light as well. It's not big or small. It is technically one-handed, but for our purposes, it is considered a two-handed weapon. Yeah, we'll consider it one-handed. It's just you kind of need two hands for it. It is mechanical. There. Made of metal, of course. There. It is a dexterous weapon, and it is accurate. By definition, charge blades are modular. They're melee. So the dual blades are slashing. That is the intent. So when I say dual blades, I want you guys to know that I do mean dual blades. This is what dual blades are. But they're on the charged weapon because I thought they were cooler that way. So this is basically what dual blades are. And then we've got charged blade. This is what the charge blade is, by the way, 100% what this weapon's based off of, except instead of me doing a great sword and the axe and sword, I much rather doing the dual blades in there. They're not like small knives. No, they're straight up like just swords. Like they're just like dual wielding swords. And there. Why is my camera keep going out of focus? But yeah, this is like one form of it. And then this is the other form of it. I am always longsword, but hunting horn is my go-to for it. And I will always be a horn player. There, that's me. I play the fucking hunting horn and will always play the hunting horn. This is my go-to weapon. Anyway, so this is what I want you to envision, right? I want you to envision that this is the sword and shield mode on that weapon. Like, this is sword and shield. Then great hammer. This is an axe, but great hammer mode. So you combine it, and the shield splits out and becomes basically a big old hammer on a stick. And then when it's not doing that, it's dual blades. It's two, like, swords. So you split them off, and they become, like, two stronger swords. So that's the envisionment that we want to have here with this weapon. So first off, it's a melee weapon. It is slashing. It is intended to be light, but by nature of the weapon itself, it cannot be a light weapon. It's not sweeping. It is technically two-handed because you have to dual wield it as well. Mechanical by nature. Metal, of course. It is intended to be a strength weapon. There. Could be argued to be dexterous as well. So we'll put it in there. Charge blade, sword, and shield. This is melee shield. Which means it is technically slashing and bludgeoning. By nature of the weapon, once again, it's not heavy or light in that case, although it's kind of there. Maybe I should just make all of them heavy. This is two-handed because you have to, sword and shield on it. It's mechanical. It's modular. It is a strength weapon. This is not the dexterous weapon, and made of metal. There too. Gunlance, yeah, Gunlance is both ranged and melee. It's intended to be shotgun. right? It's intended to be you're right up in there and you're like, it's time to suck a dick, and you just explode something up their ass. Like, that's what that weapon's supposed to be. Melee weapon. This one is supposed to be, because it's a great hammer, bludgeoning. This is heavy. It is sweeping. Is it big? Maybe. And maybe that's the other thing, is it's once again, we won't make it heavy there. This is supposed to be sweeping as well. It's two-handed. It's not versatile. It's mechanical. It's made of metal. It is 100% a strength weapon and modular by nature. Okay. That's those. I don't think there's necessarily any more definitions we need there. But this great hammer, sword and shield, dual blades, we basically want to follow the same line. So like dual blades is the only weapon that is forced 2d4 right now. Once again, might be changing in a minute. But it is a 2d something for sure. Like that is the point of this weapon. So it's a 2d something, right? Charge blades, the sword and shield mode, and the hammer, like those are going to follow the trend of whatever we do with swords and hammers and things like that. Hunting horn. What is this weapon? Well, a hunting horn, once again, we go back to Monster Hunter. And hunting horn. This is the hunting horn. The hunting horn, oh, there's a saxophone one? Well, I gotta get the saxophone one. I mean, there's always all the instruments. The hunting horn here, in fact, I usually envision the hunting horn more specifically like this. Now, this is a bone hunting horn, but it's a big-ass hammer. That is what it is. It is a big hammer. It is heavy. It hurts, and that is the point of it. So when we think big old hammer, right? This is a melee weapon. This is one of our few musical weapons. It's a musical melee weapon. It's bludgeoning. It does not, you don't pierce with this. It's secretly, by the way, for anybody that's not a hunting horn player, and unless they change this, secretly, it has a cutting attack. It has a cutting attack on it. When you, like, at the tip of the horn, you can cut with it. And I did a challenge once where I cut off like a Rathalos tail with the hunting horn. It was very hard, and it took a long time, but it could technically do it. Just Warhorn. Hunting horn is my best. It is my best friend. It is heavy. It is big. It technically is sweeping. There. Has to be two-handed. It is not versatile. It is wood. It is not metal. And it is 100% a strength weapon. And it is not anything else. Add that? Sure. Done. Spiked loot. Spiked loot is intended to be a melee. It's musical. It's intended to be a piercing weapon. Like, they're not going to have this because I made this up. Spiked loot. Yeah. This is the loot. And then just add all the spikes on it. Yeah, we can have both. I have rapier here. All right, so I want to still keep it piercing on there. It's not... It's kind of supposed to be heavy. Can bash, can poke. Yeah, it's... I guess you could make that argument. It's a piercing bash weapon. Or like a bludgeoning and piercing. Right? It's not light, but it's not heavy. It's not big. It's not sweeping. It's not small. It's not a polearm. It is two-handed. There. It has to be two-handed. Mechanical, no. Material, wood and metal. It's a strength weapon. Yeah, I think that's there. Hey, I'm him. How are you? Welcome into the chat. Well, I'm glad to see you. Yeah, it's been a long... I apologize I don't recognize your name right offhand, but welcome in. We're doing great. We're just having fun. Objectively, short sword should be better than both spear dart and rapier since it can slash and thrust. Yeah, you make a good argument on there. And you know what? Yas, you make a good argument, and we could use that in the balance. I like that. You change your name. Oh, I remember Gamer Boy. Yes, of course I remember Game Boy.
The loot.
Hey, Gamer Boy, long time no see. How are you doing? You skipped the guy with the loot. That's funny. I believe it. Songblade is just a sword, so it should just be like a slashing. We're doing good. It's we are working on our tabletop role-playing game, and we're just kind of rebalancing. That Smithar ignoring one evasion. I actually like that idea, by the way. Ignore one evasion. The ignore one evasion, though, is honestly just increase hit die. Like, I think that's probably more of it is. There. It's probably more of just increase the hit die. There. For everybody else in chat, just as a heads up, Gamerboy here was one of my first Twitch followers. He was the one who hung out with me when I played Minecraft by myself many years ago when I first got started streaming there. So in many ways, he's one of the reasons I continued streaming too. But you could, everybody say hi there as well. Yep, the Minecraft dome. We spent hours building that underwater dome and such. There, but yes, it's good to see you as well. All right, so we're gonna keep going back on Songblade here. So Songblade is a musical weapon. There's well. It is also it's actually intended to be light. The weapon is supposed to be like a light kind of sword. So we got the sword. It is one-handed. It is versatile. I would say you could two-hand this sword. There. I guess if we're saying it could be piercing, too, slashing, piercing, it is a strength weapon. It is made of magic metal. No, it's just made of metal, not magic metal. That's for something else. Fuck, what do I keep clicking? How do I mess this up? All right, we're good. No, it doesn't have enchantment slots. Yeah, I think that's good. And there, blow dart flute, because why not? The blow dart flute is a ranged weapon. This is one of the other things that Deer was using, which I just find very funny. It's dumb. Guys, I make stupid items. This is light for sure. It's also small. It is one-handed. Leek got the enchantment rather than the veg. Yeah, exactly. That's what it should be. Have you ever gone back to Minecraft? Yeah, I mean, we've played Minecraft. We had a 3-week span here in chat. But I am more tabletop role-playing game nowadays. And I don't have time to do most things. Most of my time is spent just tabletop role-playing game. And no, that's pretty much it. This is more of a dexterous weapon for sure. And that's good. It's not, I wouldn't call it, it's accurate. I'd say it's accurate. Right? My son plays every single day. He plays Minecraft every single day. Multiple worlds all the time. And he plays with my niece and nephew, too. We are actually, for their birthday, we are doing a Minecraft. Part of the theme is Minecraft. My son wanted Kirby Minecraft for his party. So that's what we're doing. Bagpipes is a ranged weapon. There. The clients will appreciate this choice of instrument. Yes. You can be Scottish. Scotland. Yes, we're having a 3-way party tomorrow, which is going to be Frozen, Puppies, Minecraft, Kirby. Those are the themes for tomorrow's party. There. How old's my son? I mean, he just turned 6. Yeah, I got a young kid. He's just turned 6. Bagpipes keep the same. They're not sweeping. They're two-handed because, well, they're musical. Made of metal. And it's a it's not even dexterous way. It's like a magical weapon in some ways. But we'll call it a dexterous weapon. It's not accurate either. Add harp or lyre. Okay. Sure. Why not? Harp. We got to make it special. We got to make it a weapon in some way. Like we don't want their dex is needed for the magic. Yes, you gotta be dexterous while playing your bagpipe. How do you kill someone with a harp? Well, that's what we have to figure out. We got to figure out the harp. See, I didn't just make a lute. I made a spiked lute. That's the whole point. So let's talk about bardic warriors for just a second here. And this is what's very important. Bardic warriors are not just bards, because bards are cool, but they're also lame. Here's the dealio. For our world building, bardic warriors, their whole guild is focused on, instead of just sharing the stories of adventurers and being bards and musicians and entertainers, bardic warriors are focused on creating their own stories, having their adventures and sharing with them, and integrating their music as a part of their combat. And so that's the whole creed of bardic warriors, is that their instruments are weapons. They kill with their weapons. And it was created, like the Bardic Warrior Guild and like Academy was created by Pantalia, which is now the goddess of festivities and music as well. But she was the original like Bardic Warrior there. And she also designed and created the Songblade there, which is a sword that as you swing the sword, depending on how you swing and slash it, will change the notes that it's playing there. So it's kind of like, if you can imagine it as like kind of little air holes. So it's catching the air and it's like a melody of chorus that's there. So it's swinging, swinging, swinging. So that is what I define for Bardic Warrior. So with that, it's not just a lute, it's a spark lute. So when we think a lyre, let's take a look here. So we've got this. This is actually sweet too. I see no reason why we can't add both, by the way. Even for thematic reasons. But if we want to add them as weapons, we gotta come up with it. That's tricky. So this one, how would you use this? I mean, on the same vein of a lute, right? It's probably just like a small thing. Maybe, here's my envisionment of it, all right? He's got this, and it's got like an extra handle up here. A lyre bow? Okay, you're catching my attention. I could see it. That is actually catching. I think that's what it is. I'm absolutely in for it. It's a lyre bow. A lyre crossbow. You have to buy shots. Well, here's the thing. I don't make you buy shots with the blow dart gun, flute, or crossbow or bow. And I'm not going to change that in that case. The reason I make Dave build and buy shots is because his weapon is strong. Like, it's one of the reason there. It's like it's a strong weapon and you've got it's specialty weapon, right? Otherwise, yeah, I'm making you don't buy it there. You did ask for that, yes. Too, but it's a balance reason. Like Dave's class, his main nerf on his class is money. When money is not a problem for Dave anymore, his class is basically not nerfed at all. Honestly. Like Dave's whole thing is money. So with that in mind, yeah, there's a lot of boosts. So let's get rid of the harp. Going back into this, let's do the lyre bow. The lyre bow absolutely is a ranged weapon, right? So we know it's a ranged weapon. It's piercing because it's a fucking bow. You have 60k? Damn, how did you get 60k? What did I give you? You want lyre crossbow? Okay, we'll make it a lyre crossbow. Maybe we can have AI generate this picture. I don't think it'll work, but we're gonna try. Hi, join and create. I didn't generate any of these. Sign with a personal account. Thank you. Let's go over here. You guys can see how I get my pictures sometime. Make me a lyre crossbow. Shaking your head also? I don't remember giving them that much money. I don't... Where did you get that money? 60k doesn't sound right, but I guess something there. This is the Liar crossbow. Okay. You know what? I see it. It's mostly the Liar, but I see it. Right? Like, holds under it, and is able to shoot, and then turns it to play. This fucking works. How much did I make you multiply by? At the money rework, I initially made you guys multiply by, I think 3 or 5 times. That's what I think I did. Times 5? Okay, that sounds right. There. I mean, Deer had a lot of money, but I thought I calculated Deer's money to be much closer. Wait a second. Dave, did you calculate the raw value of those gems you guys got? Because that's not the sell value. You must have had a lot of money. I'm wondering if you did it twice. Because it's not that there's no way you have 60,000. What gems? He's not even counting the gems. That's funny. Because I'm like, I don't think there's any way you could have gotten to 60,000 even with like a times 5. Yeah, they sold for 1,000. That's what I thought. I'm like, I was trying to give you guys gems that are valuable, but not so valuable that you guys are incredibly rich. There. And I'm not going to just, like, if you have that much money, you have that much money. That's my fault for not, like, keeping track of that. But either case, too, 60,000 will get you a lot of things. It won't get you everything, right? There. You do have a heal skill that requires a med kit. And one of the things, too, lady, is that it's going to basically upgrade it, basically. Because your skill will make it so that your existence of your skill means that I'm going to be nerfing other skills, basically. But that's okay. That's what it should be. Gonna be real, though. You thought your party had more money than me. No, you literally have... If you have 60k, you have the most money. And I don't even know how you got to there, but that's fine. All right, leek. What is a leek? Leek's a melee weapon. It's a bludgeoning weapon. You don't pierce. You don't slash with it. It's very light. Very light leek. It's also small. It's clearly a one-hander, and it's not versatile. You don't dual wield a leek. It's not made of wood or metal. It's a strength weapon. I guess you could argue it's a dexterous weapon, but I think it's more of a strength weapon. All right. Rapier. Rapier is a melee weapon. It is slowly a piercing weapon. Right? Solely a piercing weapon. And it is supposed to be light. Like, rapiers are supposed to be pretty light. Right? Oh, we got this. Rapier weapon weight. Yeah, it's a regular sword. I would say regular sword. Do we put the regular sword at... Now that we've gone through this, I would say a short sword's light. And that helps balance this out more. All right. Rapier is a melee. Piercing is a light weapon. Maybe not. Now, you know what? I will say, though. Could you have themes for each of invention? Yeah, you can, actually. You absolutely can. That's the next step. So we're actually, I'm going to say this. We are getting close to the next and now what's going to become the most critical and important step, which is we need to apply what these things mean and make things unique based on the traits that they have, right? Rapier is a one-hander and only a one-hander. You do not dual wield a rapier, right? It's made of metal. It is a dexterous weapon. It is not a strength weapon. It is also, I would argue, accurate. A sickle. Why did I put a sickle on here? A sickle's a melee slashing weapon. It's light, if you're doing it right. Sweeping. Why not? Let's put sweeping on a sickle. It's a one-handed sweeping weapon. I don't... Maybe it's... we'll you know what? It's fine. We just put the stuff in, and then we come back, and if we don't like it later, we remove it. It's a strength weapon. Glaive. Glaive is a melee weapon. This is... Let's look up a glaive. Let's look at this glaive. This is a glaive. Insect glaive. Insect glaive's cool too. Glaive. So glaive's got this little... It's basically just a sharp knife at the end. Insect glaive? Oh my god, you guys haven't seen it. It's Monster Hunter. This is literally the most dexterous weapon in like all of Monster Hunter, because you're just throwing your bug to send debuffs, and then you use it to launch yourself into the air, fly onto the monsters, and mount them. Like, it's super fucking awesome. Insect glaive's cool. I haven't done a lot with it, but it's so combo-y. This is what it looks like, too. And then you usually have a big bug that's on your arm. There. It's one of the harder weapons to figure out, too. Like, this is another one, too, but you can see the big beetle on his arm. And what you do is you basically buff the beetle in certain ways. And then, yeah, that's it. That's basically it, too. But Insect Glaive's cool. All right, either way, it's funny watching him single wield. We can't trust Monster Hunter. These sorts of things. They kind of break lots of rules. A glaive, though, is slashing. Glaive is definitely slashing. It is... I guarantee it's heavy. Let's see. How heavy is a glaive? That's not... Oh my god. Up to 60 pounds for large and powerful people? What the fuck? Add a bug minion? That would be fun. Maybe. You have to thrust yada yada? Is that more of how you use a glaive? Alright, now we have to look at glaives. Explain glaives to me. You can see I've actually been on this wiki before. A glaive, sometimes spelled as glaive, is a typical polearm weapon with a single edge blade on the end, known for distinctive design and versatile combat applications. It uses versatile. There are many similar polearms, such as the war side. Shut up. The Japanese nagatana, the Chinese guandao, the Korean woldo, and the Russian sovnya. Glaive typically consists of a single edge blade approximately 45 centimeters long, in a pole measuring 2 meters. I want to talk about how they fight with it. Cover term for weapon, maybe a faucet, historical records, design, blade, shaft, hilt, usage. The glaive was a versatile weapon in battlefield. It was effective for both cutting and thrusting. So that's enough there. Its long reach allowed warriors to strike opponents from a relatively safe distance. Okay. Some common glaive techniques include sweeping strikes to disarm or incapacitate enemies and thrusting attacks to penetrate armor. Well, while we're not always accurate, I can say that is indeed a piercing weapon. It's probably a piercing weapon with slash, with like sweep on it. It's big. It is for sure a polearm, which requires it to be two-handed in this case. It technically is versatile. It says it multiple times. It's not mechanical. Made of metal. It is a strength weapon, but it also could be dexterous, so we'll just keep that there. Polearm. How is it a weapon? What do you mean, how is it a weapon? It's absolutely a weapon. Unless I'm getting it wrong. Like, this is a weapon. It's just a curvy sword. It's just a very specific sword. It's just a little curvy. European art, notes. Actually, we'll see here. History of use. Century. They were used in horse warfare because they're relatively lightweight when compared to larger swords, and their curved design. Good for slashing opponents while riding on a horse. That's what you got. Your mind's mixed. You're thinking something else. Yeah, so this is what it is. Pierce only, scimitar slashing only. I absolutely agree with that, and I think that's a difference enough too. So we're just here. So it's a melee weapon. It is slashing only, and that's different from like a regular sword that's pierce and slash, right? so it has a little bit different. It is a light weapon, as was just named. It's one-handed. It's not really versatile. It's made of metal, and it is absolutely a strength weapon. Okay. Giant armored fists will delete for right now. We'll delete this for right now. Dueling shield. This is a melee shield. It is, that's where it's tricky. It's piercing bludgeoning. It's definitely heavy. It's definitely big. It's definitely two-handed. It's not versatile. It's made of metal. And this is absolutely a strength weapon. We're going to keep that in there. I did give you money for the Traxel, but I didn't give you that much money for the Traxel. How did you get to 40? You must have doubled it, I wonder. Yeah, I guess, did you sell the Elder Dragon Scale? Because then, yes, that's for your money. It's possible. Either way. On it. Lyre crossbow. We were just in the midst of doing this. It's a musical weapon. This is two-handed. It's ranged. It's piercing only. We'll keep it medium. It's not sweeping small. Two-handed. It's not versatile. Let's say it's made of wood. And it is a dexterous weapon, and it is accurate. Okay. So we've defined pretty much everything here, except like tower shields. Or shields just in general. So we did decide that shields here, they should be, like a kite shield is heavy compared to a buckler. It is one-handed, because otherwise the function of it doesn't work super well. We decided they are metal, and they're not really a weapon. Same thing here. We've got melee. It is 100% a bludgeoning weapon. Bludgeoning item. It is very heavy. It is very big. It is one-handed and made of metal. And that's it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm guessing I could be wrong. Yeah. Dave, that's where I'm like, you must have miscalculated. Because I don't think I gave you guys that much. But I still don't think I gave you guys 60,000. I guess we're just gonna have to go back through every single stream. Dueling Shield could be very busted. We're 100% keeping, like, Dueling Shield sounds sick as fuck, and I like it. So, I want it in here. Okay, so here's the thing, right? We've got all of this in mind. We've just placed all of this here. How much per bullet? It's cost 50 gold per bullet. Straight up. To reload his gun costs 300 gold. Yeah. Okay. So what you'll see is I just put this here. Oh, see, this is lame. I should be able to filter it better, but that's fine. So, we've got a short sword. Short sword, I think, is our iconic, just in the middle D6, right? That's what it should be. Hands, short sword, we've already determined is a one-hander, right? But, hear me out. What if we introduce to weapons two types of attacks? Some weapons. Any weapon that's versatile can have two types of attacks. Right? Well, Dave, we'll sort that out another time, because I don't know how to figure out it. Like, that's the question. Because I don't know, honestly. I'm certain it's not that much. That's my guess. Because I haven't given you guys... The only thing I would have given you that would have been valued at that much was that large Elder Dragon Scale. other than that, I don't know how else you would have gotten that much money there. Because 60,000 is a lot. Especially when I've been rewarding you guys with about 10,000 as a party. And Deer chooses to keep most of it to himself. But about 10,000 as a party per major encounter is what it's been so far. Like, consider that the sewers, the main thing you guys got, was the, like, 8,000 gold from the chests. But, yes, I want to see there. Making it scale to a giant axe would be sick as fuck. You feel sleepy again? Feel ya. Yeah, I know, I'm never gonna finish this, too. But that's fine. You know what? It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. Short sword, once again, it's a 5-foot range. There. I say 5 foot, but it basically means adjacent to you range. Short sword's one hand.
Stingy like yours.
Yeah. So, if we think about these sorts of traits here, it's a light weapon. So, we're going to do the thing that I like to do, which is stupid. I don't know why I do this. I just wish they would let me open multiple tabs. Alright. Okay, here we go. So we've defined a couple things. If it's light, right, we want it to have flexibility. We would want it to increase initiative, is what we marked for light on there. If it is versatile, can be held in one hand or two. There, the versatileness should give us something else. And on the same token, if it's made of metal, it's like more durable, but that honestly the material it's made of is probably, well, no. If we defined more durable, heavier, and then light. So maybe things that we define as wood is increased initiative for speed there, but we could go a lot of different directions here, is my point. So let's pull this over. So we've got versatile, strength weapon, so we want it to be influenced by strength primarily. So this is one that I wouldn't necessarily give it a damage bonus, but what if we set some new standards here? Because we marked this slashing and piercing. So that's why I'm trying to make it not necessarily too complicated on you guys, because it still should just be roll. But the piercing and the slashing are like, piercing's intended to inflict wounds, and it's a different attack if you thrust versus a slash, right? You feel like there's an argument to let short swords get eaten by long swords? Like when you say shorts, you mean like get rid of short swords and just have the long swords? I think there's an opposite, because short swords you could dual wield, right? Like that's the first main advantage of a short sword, is that you can dual wield it, versus these swords, right? You have to. Did it find something? Sure. Did it? Wait, what? Concentrate, reg, extract, if it had... What? That's actually a really cool formula. Did that fucking work? And then it broke here because quarterstaff we didn't mark either weapon. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave it at that. I guess it fucking worked if you got a formula. Okay, so I gave you guys 1,000 gold from the Lao Shao Red. By the way, actually, it might have been more. We'll take a look, but I'm pretty sure it was 1,000. Either case, Claymore, or the short sword. Short sword. I'm thinking here, there's a couple things we can do. One of the things I'm thinking is that we could make it have a bonus like it has now, that if you dual wield it, you get to do something else. Give it +2 initiative. I don't think I necessarily want to give it +2 initiative. We could. I don't know if that's where your +2 came from. Let's see. Give something +5. Oh my god. That's too much initiative. Like, the bonuses should be, like, minor. If we do that too much, then we just start, like, with this power. Like, we're just power creeping everything, and I don't want to power creep it. +0.5. Give something +50. Okay. I mean, we could give, like, a legendary weapon +50. That would be funny. +50 initiative. It's like, oh my gosh. It is the headband of crippling insight. That's what, hear me out. Is the headband of crippling insight. Gives you +50 initiative, except you're now paralyzed whenever you wear it. You always know what's coming, but it's so much to take in that you're just like stuck in position. It's a cursed item. That would be very funny. Here's your +50 initiative. Let's see if you can break this item. Oh man. Okay, so short sword. We want to make everything boots of blinding speed. Yes. You're blind while you have your boots on. It just inflicts you with 2 stacks of blind. I like it. You don't know where you're going. Okay. Short sword. Let's see here. We want to make things unique. So let's go into Zweihander. I want to start here, because this is where the topic of debate came up initially, and this is what we need to do. Zweihander is big. It's heavy, but it can sweep, right? And it's supposed to be this big strength weapon, right? And I think what we can do is we give it... I still like the idea that the Zweihander is so big that it's actually like taking stamina to use it. And maybe that's a part of our definition here. Is if it's big, harder to swing, maybe that's heavy. Harder to swing. That's where it's tricky. So big means it can do this sweep. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is big is what dictates like the sweep. If you have enough strength, you shouldn't get the stamina loss. I mean, there is that too. But at the same time, no matter how big it is, right? Just swinging something around that's heavy. Like, I don't want to give the definition on heavy, but maybe it's a combo heavy big. If it's heavy and big, yes, actually, I like that. If it's heavy and big, you're going to suffer 1 stamina loss for every swing of it. But it doesn't come at a negative cost there. Yeah, even if you have the strength, you're still spending energy to, like, basically wield this weapon. But it comes at the cost that you get more.
I definitely messed up math somewhere. Can I just give each member in my party
Dave,
5k so
we have said it multiple times. We will handle this offline. The answer is I don't know. I want to focus on this. We will talk about this later. All right. I want to focus on this. Thank you. So, I think there's one other thing. If it's big and heavy, I think it unlocks a sweep and it unlocks a stun. That's what I think we can do with it. So what this will do then is that this is how it differentiates from, like, the Claymore, right? The Claymore, you're not going to be draining your energy to use it, but you also don't have a chance to inflict stun with a Claymore. But as Zweihander, you do. So I think what we can do then is let's apply what we have rules here. If it's heavy, it's going to lower your hit die. And if it's big, it's going to increase your hit die. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So let's follow both these rules. So if we start every weapon as a D6, it gets a minus here because it's heavy. But it gets a plus because it's big. So in this case, it would land at a D6. Claymore, on the other hand, is a D4. So it's harder to hit with the Claymore because it's heavy. Yeah, I think I like that. Like, it's big sweep. I think I like that. So, it also gets, so, once again, these are all 5-foot range. If it has sweeping, it can get a sweep attack. And I think what we do is we give it a modular attack. For all of these sweeping weapons, they get an extra attack, and the point of a sweep is to, like, hit multiple enemies, and basically, when you're sweeping something, right, you're doing a sweep across. So I could see that as a slash, right? It's a slash that's coming across, unless it's like a bludgeoning weapon, then it's there. So let's give it a sweep. So first things first, we have a regular attack, and then you have a sweeping attack. The regular attack is going to be like a downward slash, right? So the regular attack is where we're going to see our power come from. And that power gives a chance, and I hate to say this, actually I don't. Give it 2 attacks. Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It not that it gets 2 attacks. It's too slow for 2 attacks. Let's keep that note in mind. Just put it here. Multiple attacks? Question mark? I don't think so. But it's regular attack, right? Let's just go over here. Its regular attack is this big downward sweep. I think we still want the plus here, and maybe it's like 15 plus to inflict bleed. But then it also gets a 19 plus inflict stun. And that's something unique because of its current properties. Its sweep at a 15 plus will inflict bleed. But hits up to 2 adjacent characters. So take this now for size, that you get these 2 attacks with it. How would a sword inflict stun? Yeah, you hit him in the head very hard. Well, bludgeoning, that's what we originally had for the bludgeoning. Like, you're hitting more in the head, but that's where I think we're just going to leave that with big heavy. Something that's big and heavy, that's where you get it. By the way, we're going to freeze 1 column, please, too. Thanks. Makes it a little easier to see. So in this case, what it does is this, and then it also -1 stamina per swing, per attack is what you get on this. Now, it's heavy. Heavy means increased damage, So let's increase the damage. Yeah. Not much more to say on that. There. Let's also, I'm going to wrap this. And I'm going to shrink these a little bit. A little less. A little less. Okay, that works. And center it, because I want to look at everything if I can. Okay. So, initiative bonus, for sure, it needs to go down. Let's do this one as a -3. We're going to nerf it even more. Like, it definitely needs less initiative. It's either -3 or -2. We'll do the -2. We'll keep a -2 for right now. Okay, harder to swing. Must be two-handed is a requirement. Increases the hit die, so if it's big, it can reach further. There, so I think that's the benefit. Sweeping is different than just being big, but yes, we have got there. So you could do a regular attack. You're going to lose the stamina. The damage bonus. I think the damage bonus needs to go up on this. So if it's heavy, it gets a +1. If it's big doesn't necessarily mean heavy. You could have a light, big thing, I guess. But let's say, just for shits and giggles, let's make it 2. And then, give more damage if you build strength. I mean, we do technically have that, right? Because that's just what strength does. Pool noodle weapon. Yeah, exactly. We have pool noodle weapon. It's big, but it's not heavy. There. But yeah, strength just increases the damage outright. I'm also thinking that slashing weapons get a bonus to crit. But maybe not. I don't know. Wait. I'm waiting, dear. I'm interested. If it gives 2 if target has a status effect. It gives 2 if target has a status effect. You mean like it gives 2 damage if it has a status effect? Well, I'm with you, but strength also increases damage of dexterity weapons. Well, that's what I'm wondering if we change that, Yas. If we're going to change dexterity weapons to get a damage boost from other weapons. Or from dexterity. It does more damage if target has burning. I don't know if that makes sense as much. Like, I see what you're going for as a way to give it extra damage, but I feel like that's more of like an enchantment thing than like the natural weapon itself. Because where I'm leaning right now, right, is we still do this. This doesn't get a sweeping attack, but both of these have piercing slashing. So this one we marked piercing 2. Piercing's intended to get through armor. Did we mark this versatile? We did not mark this one versatile. It's not versatile. As it should be. Let's give an initiative bonus to short sword. If you equip a short sword, you get a bonus. Damage, let's not give it a damage bonus on there. If they have a negative status effect, it does more damage. 1 extra point. But we have a status effect that does that too. Because we have wound. Wound does more damage to the target if you hit them. So, increase in it. I don't think we need to increase initiative die. Or hit die. I want to make sure this claymore is not bad. Right? We do want some of these things to hear. So, okay. Let's look at the whip, too. The whip is light and small. It's a dexterous weapon, so this is different. If it gets +2 damage, make it -3. Sure. I can vouch for that. It feels more balanced. So like the whip here, I think the whip should be a 1d8. It's an accurate weapon. It's light. It's one-handed. It also gets a bonus in distance, making the whip more versatile in that way. I think -4. Well, I don't want to go too deep on that, but I could see a -4 potentially. We'll see where other things line up, but I don't want to be nerfing this Zweihander that much, too, because we have other things that we're going to be buffing, nerfing. There. I think the whip, definitely, you get an initiative bonus for the whip. Right? Because it's light, it's a dexterous weapon. I don't think you get a damage bonus here. Buffed against crowds. I think that's something. Yeah, I think there, although I also... Yeah, I think so. Apple, I think you're correct. Let's double check here. Just going into weapons. How do we compare to the one before? -2, 2. Yeah, it's basically the same as it was, except it got a bonus attack attached to it. Why do I have this? It's got a bonus now attack. It can now hit multiple things. Short sword, so here's the thing. I wonder... Do we want to give the short sword a regular attack and a thrust? Or do we want there? Because we marked its piercing, but we don't have to follow that exact rule. And my initial thought is that the short sword, it obviously gets inflict bleed, right? It's 16 plus for inflict bleed. I could see that. I could see... So, Dave, I could see it one of two ways. If you dual wield it, like any of these weapons that are marked versatile, we need to give it an actual bonus. But if you dual wield it, right, it should do some extra bonus. Either it increases your hit chance or it increases your damage. Mora can dodge. I mean, technically you can dodge everything, but Zweihander. Hit chance. Alright, what does the group think about that? For versatility, if you equip it with 2 hands, what should happen? I think that's what we want to define for versatility. Any weapon that's versatile, so it could be 1 or 2-handed weapon, should get this same bonus. So, a short sword, right, you're already getting an initiative bonus on it. Hit die +2. +4? Okay, we can't do too much. So it effectively just gives you a +2 on it. So that is going to make things scarier. I initially want to lean to like a +1. So let's see what they're changing, right? If I dual wield... Yeah, it feels still kind of the samey. Yeah, that's what the thing is. Like, how do you rationalize single hand versus dual wield? So if I'm dual wielding a short sword, it could in theory have more power, but it doesn't really have more power. Well, yeah, could dual wield the spears. I think I might almost want to start there. I mean, there is that. Actually... Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Dave, I think you're on something, but in a different way. What if, instead, when you dual wield, you get access to something else? Or not dual wielding, right? What if, instead, you get access to another ability? So, for example, in here, when two-handing, gain at 14 or at like 16 plus inflict disarm. Or something like that. Like, so I'm two-handing it. I now have a little bit more precision, which means I could use it to, like, disarm someone as well. Which is, it's still situational, because if you're fighting, like, just a monster, they're not disarmable. But, could be there. It gives a little bit more of flexibility in that case. And maybe this one gives disarm and other weapons give something else as well. So you get some kind of bonus for it. So it gives you more. I mean, you could technically disarm the beast. That is true. Okay, wait a second. Actually, there's one more thing I think it should give. And -1 crit threshold. So when you're two-handing it, you have more precision, which means you're more likely to crit them, and you can inflict a disarm on them too. It's right now at the same rate as you would inflict bleed, but I think this could work well. So it gives an actual substantial bonus for two-handing this weapon. Now Claymore. Claymore we gotta make different. Claymore is the in-between between short sword and Xazaviar. There. You think using one-handed weapons, using a two-handed way? I mean, we could do that, potentially. I just also don't want to add, like, too much, but I could see, like, I don't know. I feel like the disarm is just as possible, because, like, am I more likely to be disarmed or not disarmed if I'm holding a claymore versus a short sword? Like, it's pretty much the same. Are you holding it any tighter than you would like a claymore? Getting disarmed that way? Yeah, I think this complicates in the same way that swords could stab or sweep. Without necessarily adding too much to it. I don't know. I definitely need to think there. No boost when two-handing. No boost? Really? We want to remove the critical boost? I mean, there's also the argument that a book is just bigger. But also, like, it's still could be knocked out just fine. And a book, like, I'm holding the book here, right? It still could be, like, even though I'm holding with two hands there, I mean, sure, the pen gets harder to knock out when I cover it completely. I think I'm leaning on, let's keep this the way it is right now. It makes the short sword more unique. And when we hit some of the other weapons, I think we'll see some of that too. One thing here, just because I have the whip. Whip just has the standard inflict bleed. Its main thing is that it's very accurate to hit. It's got good range. Gives you some initiative on it. Rope abilities is still questioned there. Not the short sword? Well, we'll see what there. Disarm is an overpowered skill and it's not useless. I mean, okay, you do bring up a good point on it. It can be overpowered depending on what kind of enemy you're fighting. I still think it's situation. Can bind target if 19 plus. How about, I mean, pull them towards you. Okay. So what about this? We have inflict bleed as its standard attack. Or damage equal 0. So okay, I got this. Hear me out. Regular attack is this. This is special attack. Damage equals 0. But at a 17 plus, inflict bind. Maybe something like that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Damage 0 is bad, but here's the thing. Inflicting bind is pretty good. Too strong? Too strong to just be able to inflict bind even at 0 damage? Yeah, if you do it and you bind them. Yeah, actually what I'm thinking here, I think this is a good ability. Because you basically are giving up your whip to especially just whip around them and inflict them with bind. And then you just go to your next weapon, which can work because you have this. And it actually useful for Beast Tamer, right? I'm actually tracking for this. It's useful for Beast Tamer and thematic with a Beast Tamer, a weird one that like whips their animals, like get that fucking shape. But even more so, 10-foot distance. This actually, I think this is a good upgrade. There, yeah, I think this is a good upgrade on it. So we're gonna do this. Become disarmed. There. I think that's what it is. And it's become disarmed with the whip. And I'll clarify. Whip become disarmed. So if you inflict it there, you will become disarmed with the whip. There. So, Battle Axe. Battle Axe is heavy. It is sweeping, though. So, here's the thing. I gotta make Claymore better. Claymore can't just be a 1D... Like, this is just nerfing the Claymore. So, how do we make the Claymore better? No. Fuck off. That's not what I said. I said this. So, how do we make Claymore? I mean, we could make it a 1D8. I don't think we make it 1D8, though. I think we want to stick to some kind of theme. The Claymore is marked heavy. What was that message? Pictured some of my wife saying. Okay, whatever. There. Like... Give it old stats. I don't know if we want to just give it the old stats, though. Because the old stats... this is the old stats. Other than a D6 on it. I want to take into consideration that some weapons are just going to be slower to navigate with. Right? But it should still be interesting. Like, this is something we want to make interesting. So let's come back to this. I'm going to highlight this yellow. We'll come back to it. All right, whip. Now we're on Battle Axe. Battle Axe. So a Battle Axe is heavy, which should make it slower down, right? We should make it harder to hit with the Battle Axe. But I like Battle Axes being critical threshold. So let's give it a -1, so it's easier to crit with a Battle Axe. There. Range is always going to be 5 feet. 5 foot. 5 feet, right? Like, initiative bonus, so it's heavy, so initiative should be going down, but it's heavy, so damage needs to go up on it as well. It is a new measurement. 5 figs. It is slashing, so it should inflict bleed. Right? So this is our Battle Axe right now. Polearm should reach 10. Should we make polearms reach 10 feet? I could see an argument for that. Well, but here's the thing. When we're measuring distance, right, it's 5 foot squares, right? So we got to do a 5 foot increments. So if it's 8 foot, it's 10 foot. And I could see that argument that polearms could reach 10, right? Save the idea of 3 to 4 times crit damage. Okay, 3 to 4 times crit damage is too much damage. Yeah, I could. Yes, I'm with you on it. Like, I actually agree. I think pole arms by default could just be 10 feet. Actually, you know what? How long is a whip? Yeah, okay. So I was correct. 6 to 8 feet. Yeah, so it's not there. Some of them could be 20 feet, but we'll assume that, like, a regular whip, right? Not like this. Like, yeah, I think we'll stick with that. But in either case, so battle axe. It is sweeping, so I think we can give it a sweep attack. That's what will make the battle axe interesting. Is that it also gets this attack. So it gets a regular attack, and it can do a sweeping attack. Yash, your one weapon that has 2 modules, this is effectively what we're doing with it. 2. Up to 2 adjacent characters. Okay. I think this makes the battle axe different enough than there, because you're getting higher crit chance, and you just get your bleed. You don't get the stun, but you don't get the extra damage and things like that. I think this makes the battle axe balance different enough. It's a 1d4 though. I think that's fine as well. Like, it's just harder to hit with, right? I think this is good. Ugh. Make the rope lady has into a whip that's infinite. That sounds impossible to do. You want Centaur 3 times damage? I could see that. Okay, sure. Why not? Let's make something unique here. Ignore evasion, increase hit. So the idea is 3 times crit. Let's just do that. All the way back up here. We have so many weapons. I have something in my eye and I hate it. Nah. Everybody's like, nah. Alright, well, we'll follow up. It's not locked in stone yet. Alright, battle axe. I do think the battle axe is unique enough from there, so let's go into the war scythe. The war scythe is big and heavy, so let's make it a 1d6. It's big and heavy, it's sweeping, so it does get its sweep. This is a 5 foot on it. It's heavy. It's big and heavy, so let's give it -2 initiative. It clearly needs a damage bonus as well, so let's give it a damage bonus. But now we need this to be different than Xazaviar up above. So let's first start with this. Now, we did define big and heavy as being able to inflict stun, but I've got a new idea. Instead of this being able to inflict stun, its sweeping attack, actually, what am I talking about? It doesn't have a regular attack. It just has a sweeping attack. So all of the attacks on this are sweeping. I think this is what we should do. Right? Is just the main difference here is that it's just a sweeping weapon. You just sweep with it as well. So it can always hit 2. Sword, curvy, neurons firing. My eyes, I hate this. I hate getting stuff in my eyes and then just being unable to see. Ugh. Alright. What else we got here? Claws. Claws. here's the thing. Right now, I think this is fine. You know what? Looking at these, having most of the weapons be D6, D4, I think will work fine. We could, you know what? I could go the other, fuck it. We're going the other way. We're going the other way. This is going to be insane. So hear me out. This is going to be a 1d6. Zweihander. Whip is going to be a 1d10. Battle axe is 1d6. I'm not going to make the short sword 1d10. But I might make the short sword 1d8. I might. I'm thinking about it. I am considering it right now. I might make the short sword a 1d8. Bow is definitely... You know what? We're going to keep them all 1d6 right now. But I like the whip being a 1d10. Like, it's just hard to dodge the whip. You getting whipped. I mean, I'm not necessarily giving enemies more evasion. Not necessarily. But, instead, I mean, yeah. It can hit Yas better. It can hit other evasion. My fucking eyes. I'm very sorry. Let me go grab there. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. All right. Got stuff in my eyes. Yeah, I think let's go the opposite direction on some of these. Let's make the hit range, instead of up to 1d8, let's make it up to d10. There. I think that will intrinsically make it more unique and better. There. But there. What if you use braided dinosaur leather to craft the whip? I mean, whips are supposed to be agile and flexible, so I wouldn't necessarily... What would I give you for that? I don't know. I'd fucking just give it -1 critical threshold. Why not? That's the best definition I could get for that. What if you use a scale to craft a whip? Then you would have a bad whip. Like, maybe something else there. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just not great. All right, War Scythe only has a sweeping attack. There, then can inflict bleed. Regular attack, short sword, claymore. Let's see. You know what? I know what we could do to make the claymore interesting. So let's do... Claymore has a regular attack. We're basically giving all these weapons 2 attacks. That's not bad. It might be bad. We'll see. I don't know. I'm having debates. But let's give it a thrust attack. And the thrust attack has piercing. Right? What am I fucking doing? How did I do this? This is way wrong. I'm actually stupid. Sorry, I'm now, like, getting into my own head on this. How did I do this? Why did I do this? Why did I put the plus on the outside? Alright. Well, it's gonna do wound, for sure. Any weapon that does piercing can inflict wound, because the point of wound is to get around physical resistance. Well, no. Wound should, like, be on any piercing weapon wounding them, so that you can get around their physical resistance, is the whole point. there. Because wound, by the way, got technically, it's mechanically got an update. It's the same way as it always has worked, but it does 1 true damage when they take damage. So even if your regular attack does 0 damage, they will always take wound damage. Just because. So I think we'll keep it at there. So, okay. War Scythe, its unique thing is that it always has a sweeping attack that doesn't feel super unique to it. Like, because you could just use the sweeping attack on other things, right? So, first off, Claymore is getting... I'm happy with the Claymore now. It's got a reasonable buff on it while basically being the same on it. Yeah, it was always special, but it's the same as it was. It needs something else. It needs something else, but we're going to come back to it. Claws. Let's talk claws. So as we discussed earlier, claws are the metal claws, right? I still believe that this probably should be a two-handed weapon overall, but what is the hit chance? So we've got it, it's light and small there, which plus 10 sweeping for Scythe. You know what? Actually, Yas, you bring up a good point, and I think I know how I can make the Scythe more unique. And that is at a 10 plus. Its sweep inflicts off balance. So you make them less likely to dodge. And maybe, you know what? This is broken, but I did it anyway. It can now attack up to 3 characters nearby. It's the OG sweeper. You finished your idea for shield parry? Well, when we get there, please share it. Very broken? It's probably very broken. It probably is, but it's a D6 instead of a D8 now. So it's less likely to hit things. But yeah, we'll just, you know what? Fuck it. That's what we're doing. War Scythe, edgy War Scythe. This is what it is. So claws do disembowelment. That is actually funny. We do need to figure out guts, chance of guts. I do think, so something claws can do, maybe claws give you a -2. I also want this to still be a 2-hand, because I want it to be you're holding claws on both of your hands. Its range obviously has to be 5 feet. It's small, it can't go that far. The hit die, though. How do you dodge somebody? So if somebody's nearby you, and they're clawing at you, I feel like it still could be a D6. Let's make it a D6. Unarmored targets? I like the way you're thinking. I genuinely like the way you're thinking, and I think that's good. Let's give it 2 initiative. Bonus. Like a 2 initiative bonus sounds really good on these. Now, what I had before, right, was that it inflicted bleed way easier, and I think that's still doable. Armor breaking. So, our slashing weapons, though, armor breaking. Claws can break armor. Bludgeoning feels more like the armor breaking, but we also have piercing, which is the armor ignoring effect. So maybe bludgeoning breaks, robbing the armor straps. Yes. I think that there's still room on bludgeoning dealing some extra damage based on their armor, or like having chance to like inflict stun or something, more likely. But claws. I still think, so something that could be functional, right? Inflict bleed is there. What if, and this might sound insane, this is a weapon, you're right, this is a weapon that can't be disarmed. That is actually, you're correct. Cannot be disarmed. I think that is actually correct. This weapon cannot be disarmed. I was about to suggest something else. You're going to say it again. Go ahead. You technically can't. You're correct. But we're not doing... Gauntlets shouldn't be disarmable. Gauntlets should not be disarmable. I agree. Yes, but we're not doing full dismemberment yet. I think this should be good. Its critical hit threshold is -2. Its initiative bonus is 2. And it has a very good chance of inflicting bleed without, like, being disarmed from it. I think that makes the claws unique. There. So let's move to our first polearm. Halberd. It's the halberd! It is a heavy weapon. First off, we decided that polearms get a range boost. They get a range boost now. So we'll keep there. They get a range boost. Having a polearm, just having a polearm gives you the ability, and I like this a lot. This. As a response, you may attack a character that has entered your range. I like this a lot. I think all polearms should have this. Right? This can, as a response, this is what defines polearms. Is that they have 10-foot range, and if something enters their range, you then can use the polearm as like an attack of opportunity, where other weapons can't. And I think that's good. I also think the halberd in particular is piercing. So it has just its regular attack. We're going to make it a 6-star +1. So I'm actually nerfing it, I think, for ignore 1 PR. It has slashing, so I think 16 plus should inflict bleed. There. Yeah. The weapon-sponsored Apple perk. Yes. I think it's good. You think 7-star? Here's the thing, though, is 6-star means it could ignore up to 3 damage resistance. Or physical resistance. 7-star really means only 2. I mean, the good perk is going to all polearms. That is just a polearm. And here's the thing. It's not overpowered. Honestly. It's not overpowered. And here's why. It only triggers when something enters the range that you're in. Right? And you have a response available, which means you didn't do an attack opportunity. You didn't do a counter attack. You didn't dodge something extra. Right? You have an extra response available and something enters your range. Right? Yeah. The good perk is if you get a free attack. You get 1 free attack with your polearm. There. I do not find that unbalanced at all. I find that interesting and not broken. Like, and here's the thing. Your free attack is used on the fact that they're coming towards you. Everybody gets an attack of opportunity as a response as well, which is they're leaving. And it's there. Yeah. I think this is good. Now, polearms, also, they have some reach. I think that gets rid of the initiative bonus necessarily. So this is heavy. So heavy weapons we defined as slow. So a lower hit die, right? Now we define this sweeping. I think I'm going to remove sweeping from this. While it could technically sweep, I'm going to actually remove it because I don't like it. I think I'm going to remove that. It is slashing. It is piercing. It is heavy. It's a strength-based weapon. We haven't defined dexterous versus strength quite yet. But if I'm looking at this, if it's heavy, it's getting a damage bonus while also getting the initiative downgrade. There, too. Yeah, it shouldn't get +1. I'm actually leaning the other way. It's heavy, so it should get a nerf to initiative. But it still gets the damage bonus because it is a heavy weapon. On there. Yeah, I don't think they're sweeping. I think we remove it and we keep this set up. So the halberd technically got some nerfs with one pretty big upgrade. Bombs? Why do you keep asking bombs? Do we want to make bombs? Or are you asking if bombs are a weapon? Because those are a different, like, category entirely. The gargoyle one. Throwing axe. Oh, we gotta decide, though, the hit dice on this. I want to say 6. I want to say a 1d6. Here. Keeping it consistent. I think that's going to be most weapons are going to be 1d6 on it. And we're going to basically remove the 1d4 for things. Halberd does have range. It has 10-foot range. Halberd should be higher. Why is getting range make you more likely to hit somebody with your weapon? There should just be an explosive category. There kind of is, Pink. I mean, you could just, if you buy bombs, like explosives, then yeah, that's basically what it is. Yeah. Molotov cocktails, yeah, basically. We got it in there. Hit dice confuse you. So, here's the way to think about it. The hit dice is a 1d6, right? That is your chance to hit somebody against their evasion. This is your chance to hurt somebody. Think of the hit dice is how likely you are to hit them. On average, almost every single character has a 1 evasion. A more evasive character will have like 2 or 3 evasion, right? Yeah, that's part of the logic there. Yas has 6 evasion. Yas doesn't have 6 evasion. I think Yas has like 3 or 4 evasion. Like 6 evasion's insane. Like I want to say Mora has 4 evasion, which is actually insane. That's an insanely high. I mean, if she's putting all of her stuff in dexterity, that's how. She also gets natural bonus for her class. Yas, I do think I need to look at, because I don't know if we'll have to talk, but I do think you're supposed to have 1 extra evasion, but we'll see. You only have +1. Yeah, you're supposed to have the 1 +1. So yeah, that tracks. There. Mora is slippery. But she also probably put her skills into that stuff. Here's the other side of it, though, too, Yas. Just for everyone's credit, Mora's probably going to get a slight nerf on evasion stuff, but it will get there. Yeah, 0 luck. Like, I mean, if you're adding all in dexterity, then yeah, that would make sense. There. But it would be, like, very slight. There. Just to make some of these here. But in either case. So yes, hit dice is your chance of hitting something. If you're swinging a slow, heavy weapon, so that's big, heavy, right? Your hit needs to go down. Like, it needs to go down. That's what it needs to do. You're more likely, it's easier to dodge that. Right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is that, like, I want to... I don't know, I'm still thinking about it, because I could still see this weapon and this weapon becoming 1d4. But I'm okay with a 1d6 right now. I'm actually... They're on short notice. Because they might get there. Alright. Throwing axe. So throwing axe... Whoosh. Right? You're throwing it. It's a throwable. There. Its normal range is 5 feet. Because you're just hitting with it. Right? It's a slashing weapon. So it is purely just a bleed. So 16 plus... Inflict bleed. No. That's not what I said to do. Absolutely not. This is not a versatile weapon, so it doesn't get a dual wield bonus. Its main thing is that it's allowed to be thrown up to 25 feet. That's the main thing about the throwing axe, right? You're not getting a damage bonus. It's an axe, so I'm gonna give it a -1 on critical threshold. There. So, like, it's something unique. Range is 25 feet, but this is for regular attacks, or 5 feet. Because it's like a one-time thrown. It's the same with daggers. Daggers are going to be a 5-foot range, but they can also be thrown as well. So, axes should be able... Like, I see axes as, like, a more critical hit on things. Versus, like, a dagger, you're not going to get as, like, crit hit on it. Throwing axe, though. I don't see it getting any initiative bonus. I don't see a damage bonus necessary over it. 1d4. That's the question. How likely are you to hit somebody with a throwing axe? And I feel like 1d4 is not wrong. I still feel that. Like, that feels more correct to me. So let's do that. Okay. Spear. Spear is also throwable. Daggers and spears, they can all be... They're all throwable weapons, right? A spear is a polearm. So it gets a 10-foot range. There's its buff. It is... I'm thinking 1d6 still fits well for it. It's light. It's a polearm. So it also gets this. It is a piercing weapon. So I'm leaning on the 5-star. Ignore 1 PR. And then 16 plus inflict wound. On it, because that's just iconic there. Let's see, it's light, so I'd probably give it there. Axes have higher damage boost with charged attacks. I mean, that's true. While hammers have higher stagger. That's there. Daggers embed deeply and can pierce organs, veins if you aim well. Axes will do damage whether they hit, not pierce as deeply due to the wider surface it hits. Okay. You got me there. You got me there, Yas. So how about this? What if instead we give the axe just 1 extra damage? Just for being an axe, basically. So that's its main boost, is you get an extra damage from it. So it's a little bit stronger compared to a dagger, right? The dagger will still get this, right? The dagger... I think the dagger, one of its main things is it a 1d6? Daggers historically have been 1d4s. And my original logic for 1d4s was because... I could do 1d5. My original reason for 1d4s was because they're short and tiny, so you're approaching them, like, with the knife. But should it be 1d4 or should it be a 1d6? 1d4? Right in the middle, I know. Higher crit chance is cooler, but here's the thing. Aimed better? Okay, I could see the argument for aimed better. Maybe, I mean, they should be able to be thrown further, right? I can actually agree that maybe they should be thrown further, like, let's say 40 feet. Like, they could just be thrown further. Spears could be thrown less. So let's say 20 feet for a spear. Throwing axe is 1d4 right now. Dagger 1d6, just getting a buff. It's light, so I'm still going to give it 1 initiative on it. So you just get kind of a strict bonus for equipping it as well. Actually, I mean, I hate to say it. I actually am going to give it 2 initiative. There. I think that's going to be the real game changer. That if you're equipping a dagger, you just get more on it. So it's just easier to get started. Well, I mean, if an enemy can't see well, they're getting minus to their evasion. So they're just easier to hate. Yeah, throwing axe is already a 1d4. I think we'll keep it like this. I think this is fine for right now. The big advantage of the dagger is the dagger can be thrown further. You've got an easier... You've got the same pierce as a spear. But it also... I mean, what is the advantage of a dagger over a spear? You get higher initiative. Oh, you know what? The spear we marked versatile. The spear also gets some other bonus. This actually sounds insane, but it needs another bonus. Okay, we need to give the spear another bonus. If you're two-handing the spear, what is the bonus for two-handing a spear? Let's think about it. If I'm holding a spear in just one hand, because I'm like, there. Oh, you know what? I got it. Disarm was mentioned in the wiki. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I feel necessarily about that, because I don't want to give every weapon a disarm. But bleed? Bleed? So I see the bleed more slashing. A part of me was thinking of splitting these up, but let's think about this. If I'm two-handing a spear, I could thrust with more force, so I could deal more damage, or maybe it just increases this. About instead gain. So maybe it's more like this. So instead, this becomes this and inflicts wound on 14. So something like this. Rather than giving it precision and such, instead it switches it so it's even easier to penetrate through armor and inflict wounds. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So it gives you the choice, double the throwing distance. I don't know about doubling, because I still want the distance there. Like, it's still the spear, right? And I don't know how far you could throw a spear. I mean, I guess we can look it up. How far can you throw a spear? How far can you throw a spear? That doesn't help. Record throwing spear distance. This isn't real. I need 30 to 60 feet.
Search at lateral.
So that's fine. We can make this better. It's like if we make that 40 feet, then we can make this like 50 feet. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna get 30 feet. Still, that's what we'll say. This extra distance matters. Now look up the axe. All right. It's going to give me an answer. It is inconvenient. I know it. All right. Throw a throwing axe. Between 15 and 30 feet away. Well, you know what? That gave me a convenient answer for nerfing it to 15 feet. All right, we'll make it 20 feet. 20 feet. There. Is a spear throwing device, yes. Death by Daylight. Huntress gameplay. Let's see. Throwing knife. Let's do this. 50 meters. What? 30 feet. My personal best is 9 meters. 30 feet. There. That's kind of like, no. We're not throwing 50 meters. I'll stick with 50 feet. Sniping beam close to the map with his right. Woo-cha! Go. You just gotta aim. Gotta do it. Oh my god. Throwing axe is very funny. All right. Let's keep it. You know what? I'm thinking we're pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good. The spear is unique enough. It's throwable. It's strength. It's got this extra utility on it that, like, if you're two-handing it, you just get a bonus. You're just more efficient on it, but it still has all of its other bonuses as well. All right, spiked mace. Spiked mace. It's a heavy one, so it's at least getting a -1 there. It's heavy, so it should be getting a damage bonus as well, too. And normally this has just been our definition for heavy, right? Now this is 5 feet. We know that. It's a 5-footer. So maybe we'll stick with this. We'll see what we feel like. Now, it's a mace. I'm thinking instead of wound, it does something else. So it's a spiked mace. I think, ignores less. Like, it should just ignore less. But it should inflict weaken, maybe? Fuck. Why does it do that to me? Inflict weak. Which might turn to bruise, but... Axe does more damage, dagger goes further, and spear is kind of in the middle. I mean... It doesn't have to be perfect. Inflict broken armor. So, that's the tricky thing. Is broken armor. Where is my sheet? We're not going to be able to go over debuffs today. I actually removed broken armor as a formal debuff as well because I wanted more definition around it too. But let's talk bludgeoning. Bludgeoning weapons in general. So right now we kind of have a triangle going, right? We're still working on this. We have a triangle going, which is basically, if... I'm gonna make this 40. Make this 40. So, if big armor... Let's see. So, if big armor, use piercing. If strong, use bludgeoning. If high health, use slashing. It's been kind of the mantra I've been going with for a while. So if they have high armor, right, you want to use a piercing weapon because you're going to ignore some of the armor and you're going to inflict them with wounds. So they're easier to hit. If they're very strong, like they're beefy, strong characters, they do a lot of damage, use bludgeoning, right? The bludgeoning makes them deal less damage because they're being inflicted with weakened there. And then if they have very high health, you use slashing there because you're inflicting bleed, so you're getting through more health, and they have a higher chance to crit, usually. And that's why I'm thinking there. So, yes, you could make an argument that, like, you could still use your slashing on characters with big armor, because they'll slowly bleed out, right? But the thing is, you're just not getting damage through on it. So, thinking about that, weaken. How can we weaken them? Because the other side would weaken them, right? If they're strong, what's the other thing you can do? You stun them. You fucking just knock them out, right? Like, if they're stunned, they can't attack you. So, I want to kind of keep part of that mentality. So, the spiked mace is kind of this combo piercing plus bludgeoning weapon, because the spiked part can get through some armor. Not much, but some armor. Weaken is going to decrease their damage overall, but should we do more? I mean, the other option is we could give it wound as well. Higher numbers, but could do both. I'm down for that. Like, I'm totally down for also being allowed to inflict wounds. Inflict broken bones. Yeah, basically. Well, and that's basically what weak is broken bones. You're like crippling them. That might become formally what the name is there. So, We wanted to do something, but let's do this for wound. Like, you actually leave a wound on them. For there, too. What about paralysis? Prevent them. Paralysis is a very specific debuff. Because, how do I say? Paralysis, activates for 10 minutes. So if you paralyze, they're out for 10 minutes. -10 evasion, fails all of their saving throws and stuff. Yeah, it does stop them next to you too. I mean, if you stun them, right, it prevents them from taking their action, right? I don't think we replace weak with bleed, necessarily. Why would we delete inflict weak? It's a bludgeoning weapon, so it should still do the bludgeoning thing, in my opinion. Inflict wound and bleed? Well, so this is not a slashing weapon. Like, you're getting hit with a rock. You're getting hit with a rock with some spikes on it, and that's how you get the wounds. And the wounds, remember, wounds make it so that every time you attack, you automatically deal extra damage to them. I mean, you're right. Maybe we need a status effect for it, too. Is there mechanics set up when freezing touching someone with bleed? I have not set that up yet. I will want to provide more definitions. You're thinking of some other weapon? Yes, I do think there will be another weapon that probably will do wound and bleed as well. I think this can go for here. The question is that enough for the spiked mace to be unique? Right? We could still make it a 1d6. Like, it still could be 1d6. I think that's fine. Unarmed is 1d4. Nah. Yeah, it's 1d4. It's fucking... One arm is supposed to be not great. Like, you're -1 damage. Like, you're just unarmed, basically. It should have some minor buff. I don't know if it should, though. I mean, it could. It's supposed to be like, you're still allowed to attack even though you don't have a weapon, but you're just not good at it. But yeah, I could see... yeah, it should only have certain class that gets buffed. I agree. It should be like a monk kind of style class that gets like buffs when unarmed. Give it an initiative bonus. I could see that. All right, I'll give it 4 initiative bonus. Let's do that. There. You can still inflict weakened, but you just get the initiative bonus. Armored gauntlets, though, is a whole different story. That one we gotta talk about. Armored gauntlet, I think, is still 1d4. That's what I want to say. Like, if somebody's coming at you with their fists, you could kind of, like, take some steps back. I'm also, once again, I'm going to say it's two-handed. Ah, shit. Two-hand. Two-hand. Like, I'm still going to say it's that. It's 5 feet. You don't get this here. It's one you can't be disarmed, right? Be disarmed. So that's already a huge perk. Cannot be disarmed is a huge perk of this. It does need to inflict weak. There, it's 16 plus as well. What about both hands try to hit? Okay. Okay. I could see that. I could see the argument for that. So this is a 2d4. And this is a 2d4. That's your main advantage. Is you get 2 attacks. Which is already a huge advantage. Like, it's basically your dual wielding. There. You could use it with equipped. I don't know if you could. See, I don't... You could. I could see you having one armored gauntlet and, like, a sword. Fine. We'll do one hand, but it's gotta be a 1d4. I'm sticking to two hand with unarmed. And I kind of feel like 1d4, I don't know. Here's the thing, like, consider Salty with punching, right? He could just punch. Alternatively, we could just say he doesn't have unarmed striked, and then that balances. But that doesn't balance Salty, that just nerfs Salty for no reason. Yeah, the gauntlets don't help you invade. +1 evasion. I think initiative covers that, but Dave, Dave, I think you're correct. I do think these should give +1 evasion. I actually think that's correct. For both. Because here's the thing. If you don't have anything in your hands, you're much more likely to, like, catch, like, a pull coming at you, or, like, push it away and move it, because you have your hands free. Same for the gauntlets. There. Which is, I'm going to then stick and make the gauntlet... I think I'm going to still stick to the gauntlets have to be two-handed. I don't see somebody, like, equipping one gauntlet and, like, a sword or something. It's like, no, you gotta do this. But you still get your bonus.
Zaz,
here.
make them 2d4 again XD.
Make them 2d4? I don't know if we need to make them 2d4, because that's two whole ass attacks for something that should be weaker. Maybe I can make this one 2d4. Okay, I'll do 2d4 on this one. I'm gonna stick with 1d4 in the unarmed, though. I'm committing to it. Unarmed is what happens to you when you don't have any weapons anymore. And unless you're proficient in it, like, you need the nerf on there too. I know you keep saying nothing to disarm, but I don't want to add nothing to disarm. I mean, fine. You got me. Sure, we'll do it. Nothing to disarm. So, immune to disarm. Maybe that's more of what I need to phrase it, is just immune to disarm. Okay. We'll do 2d4 in these armored gauntlets. It just makes them more unique, right? You're hitting them with your raw strength, basically. There. It's a little bit slower initiative on these ones because you are having metal gloves, but not much more. Then remove the +7 weak on it. I feel like if you could punch enough to make it weak, maybe make it higher. I feel like you could still punch hard enough to make them kind of weak. This is 18, 19, 20. I could see 10% chance to inflict weaken. There, because it's 16, that's a 25% chance to inflict weaken. Well, 25 initially, and it just increases as your combat bonuses go up, too. All right, quarterstaff. Quarterstaff. What do we do about this quarterstaff? This quarterstaff, one of the things is it's channeling, right? It's a club. It's basically a club, but it's also not, because a quarterstaff, it can weaken. I think quarterstaff, its unique thing is it inflicts off balance. That's what I have right now. There. Like, what I'm envisioning is you're holding the quarterstaff either one hand or two, right? It's a one or a two hand. And then if you're doing it in one hand, you're not really attacking with it, right? Because you're not poking them there. But yeah, I say that. You could still sweep with a quarterstaff with just one hand. And then the second hand just helps with it as well. It's a light weapon. So first things first, we have it listed as a pole arm. Is it a full pole arm, though? I mean, quarterstaffs are... Let's see here. This is your quarterstaff. It's just a regular stick. I don't think it necessarily is pole arm range, is my feeling. I'm wondering if it's actually still 5-foot range. Maybe a rare chance to knock prone. I actually like that. Second hand does just help. I think, what if we make it 5 feet, right? And instead, ooh, no, it can't be 18 plus. It's got to be more. But I got an idea. So, if two-handed, gain. Oh, it's doing an if statement? I don't want the if statement. Gain. What about on crit? Inflict prone. So this is different. It's not just 20 plus now. It's on a crit. Inflicts prone. In that case, so that gives it its versatility still. I don't know why if two-handed. I don't know why that looks different to me. There. So it can inflict prone, but then if 20 with a spear inflict blind. That feels like a little too much. I'm going to force it to be a two-handed thing though. But yeah, I'm gonna force it here. It feels like a lot, but I'm gonna do this. On crit, inflict blind. Say you combine it with a spear. What do you mean if you combine it with a spear? Yes, two-handed sticks. So first things first, I think off balance should be like a sweep thing. Put a spear on top of it. Stick is cool. Well, if you put a spear on top of it, it's no longer a quarterstaff, it's a spear. I mean, sure, we could make an argument there, but we'll also just like gamery and just be like, no, it's different. I think so. This should have a sweep attack, which can inflict off balance. Is kind of my thought. So it gets a sweep attack and a regular attack. Yas brought up a good point, and I think if we do the regular attack, it should inflict weakened on 16 plus. So inflicts weak. So it's light, so it'll give you 2 initiative. I think this could be good there. And then we may say here too, may channel, may use skills that require one hand open while wielding this. You don't remember the idea? Well, you said it was a club, and a club is gonna bonk. Like, that's just a club. So if it bonks, we can inflict weak on it, because you're bonking them. Or you do a sweep, right? And its sweep probably can hit 2, right? Yeah. May hit 2 adjacent characters. There we go. It's very versatile as a weapon. It could be held in one hand. So we'll say it's a one-hander. I will also say it's a 1d6. There. Daniel use magic. So you could use your wind magic while holding it and holding some other sword with your other hand. you bring up a good point. That's not the intent, so I need to fix this. While holding this with 2 hands. There. Nope, it's a good point. We have to be technical on the rules. There. All right, ball and chain. Ball and chain is only a ranged weapon. The range of this weapon, I want to say, is 20 feet. So it's a ranged weapon. So -1 evasion against melee attackers. It's a trait of all ranged weapons. This one. This is, it's big and heavy, right? +3 damage, -2 stamina. Well, it's definitely got to get the stamina. You lose stamina for sure. Per attack, this is one you lose stamina on. I also think, do we have that on this one? This is big and heavy. Scythe should also have this. Ball, for sure this one does. For sure you lose a stamina per attack on this. Yeah, it's honestly, I don't think you're wrong. I actually don't think you're wrong. It has range. How easy is it to dodge this? I think this weapon's very easy to dodge comparatively, but if it hits, it hurts. Which -1 to melee? So it's -1 against melee attackers. How do you feel about making the stats really good but risking hitting teammates? I don't know. That does seem so risky there. I don't want to, like, I want to say that if you're using this kind of weapon, you know how to use it. Like, you're not going to accidentally hit your friend with it, is kind of my thought process. So, with that in mind, it is a bludgeoning weapon. It is a heavy bludgeoning weapon. +1 to critical fail threshold? That sounds hilarious. That does sound hilarious. I'm doing it. I'm doing it because that's actually cool. And here's what we're gonna do. So this weapon inflicts weakened. More likely. So inflicts weakened, and it can inflict stun. Because it's big and heavy, right? So this can inflict stun as well. That's an obvious one. I don't think it's gonna off-balance somebody necessarily. I think it's just gonna fuck them up. So if we're fucking them up, initiative bonus for sure is -2. You're equipping this, you're going slow. Damage bonus 2 or 3, I could see. It's probably a 3. This is just a super strong weapon. Here's the thing, we have to consider that a level 1 character could have this, right? That would mean that level 1 character is dealing 4 damage with no strength bonus. 4 damage, no strength bonus. Is that too much? I mean, actually, now I say that, never mind. It's -2 stamina per attack. Let's look at a level 1 character. Let's say Salty, our Void Cursed, used this weapon. Literally, it's like he has 2 stacks of Hungry every single attack. Right? Like, this is... every single attack, I'm out of stamina. That tracks, actually. I'm totally fine with that. Then, yeah, -2 stamina, +1 critical threshold. It gets the 3 damage. Like, they get the extra damage from this. But easier to inflict weaken. Can inflict stun. It is a minion weapon. It can very much be a minion weapon. It very much can be. It is 1d4, so they're easier to dodge. But obviously, if you improve your focus and your hit, you're more there. Sheet progress. Oh, yeah, you guys missed it, too. Yes, lots of sheet progress. Here, let me refresh for you. And actually give myself stamina. Yeah, so you can roll here, but we're going to add the button here to just copy the roll so you can roll it elsewhere and then bring in your roll here to see what happens. You got your attack roll. I can roll a saving throw. I can start my turn. So whenever I start my turn, all of my start turn effects go off as well. So I can start turn. I have 2 stacks of hungry. I can just click it to remove it. If I wanted to add burning, for example, and now I start my turn. Oh no, I'm fucking on fire. Like all of that's here as well. And it's frost. And you can see it affected my evasion and my hit modifier. Frost is also getting a change. I silently changed it. And then if I got my 3rd stack of frost, I actually just get frozen. I get frozoned. There. And it has all the definition there. If I wanted to go down to burning, it auto rolls it, by the way. But I could go in here and be like, actually, I have 3 more turns of burning as well. Or I have, 1 more turn of burning. There. And then if I do start my next turn, my burning went away as well. Yeah, so we're getting there. My goal is to get this ready for you guys by next week. Is there no maximum stamina decrease now? Oh, no, that's on cold. There is. And it works, by the way. Here's cold. Start turn. Start turn. Uh-oh. My maximum stamina is going down all the way to 0. And that's only at level 1 cold. Yeah, so there is, and then if I remove it, watch this. If I remove it. Oh, it broke. That was supposed to, it's supposed to refresh and bring all of your stamina back. But I apparently broke it. Because, yeah, it's supposed to be that if I add it here, I got this, 10. So if I start my turn, it's there. Cold is just on me. And then if I click it off, it's supposed to refresh my stamina. So I know why. I think I know why it's doing it. This is a bug that I now just need to fix. 1 second, we're going to do a quick little program to fix this. What is it? Start turn. It's right here in start turn. Okay. If it's cold. Oh, this is only if we're moving on start turn. I'm so dumb. That's easy. Easy fix. We just go to remove buff. And just add it there. Get ID. So check for cold. If bus list ID is equal to cold, we do the cold reduce. We're just going to update stats. There's the other one that is fatigue. Check for, no, because if fatigue's gone, it'll correct the stats. So this one should correct it. Okay, that should fix it. Easy peasy. So I've got my 10 stamina. I add cold here. We have a couple turns go by, and then I remove cold. Voila. There you go. Now you got attractive. Fixed it. Make it an unchanging 6 damage, so strength won't affect it, but it has +5 fail rate. No, that's too much. I think that's too much, because I think if you can throw this stronger, you're stronger. Buffing your strength removes 1 critical fail threshold. I mean, that is clever. I'll give you that, but that also is probably too much to track. Because there is a level of this that needs to be trackable by just people playing it with pen and paper. Right? Like, some of this just needs to be trackable by pen and paper. Despite us having a convenient worksheet, I still want it that you guys could just jot down your stats and be like, okay, I know what I'm doing here. All right. Let's do mace, and I think we've made an argument for long mace to stay. So long mace gets to stay. Mace should be a 1d6 as well. This is a 5-footer versus the 10-footer. All right. Have you guys seen the Shabbity Bop song? Have you guys seen that? That video is stuck in my head, and I really like it. We're gonna look it up right now because this is who I am as a person. This is brain rot, but I love it. Is it really 2 minutes? I think I've only really seen the short of it. Yeah, we're just gonna totally watch just the short. All right. It is full on brain rot, but I love this. I love this brain rot. All right, that's all you need to know. I love it. It's also trending on TikTok right now, but I've seen that so many times before, too, and I love it. Did my kids show me this? They're not old enough. They're not old enough to know this stuff. Like, no, this is me. I discovered this on my own. You may hope that things improve, but that ship has sailed. Why would I ever want to watch this? I love it. I don't know what it is. It's so fucking funny to me. I genuinely love it. Mace is heavy. Mace is heavy, but you get an extra damage boost. Wah wah wah. There. And we know it inflicts weakened. But this is now the time for us to formally, because we are in armor break territory. So the question is, how do we want to do this? Because weak is going to decrease their strength, but we could do some armor break stuff too. Something to think about. Long mace would do that, not regular mace. I could see that. So long mace, right? Its big thing is it is a pole arm and it's got sweeping. It's heavy and big. So if it's heavy and big, it's supposed to get -1 stamina per attack. Because you're just exhausting yourself slowly. But the converse is that it's getting more damage. So it gets more damage. For sure gets this setup on that. Long mace is blunt, right? I think this is still 1d6. I think that's fine. There. It should get a sweeping attack as well. There. 10-foot weapons. It's 10-foot range. It's not a 10-foot weapon. But, yes. Whee! Gotcha. But, yeah, it gives a little bit of range. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Dave. Unless that video has a deeper meaning that I don't understand. It probably does, but I don't know it. Smallest character, biggest weapons. That's all that matters. Yeah, it's how it should always be. Oh my goodness. All right, I am thinking. So long mace should be able to inflict stun. Part 1. Should be able to inflict stun. I think this makes sense, but the long mace also gets a sweep. The sweep attack cannot inflict stun. Long mace with a sweep and a 10-foot range is also insane. But sweep, I think, will do off balance. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, but maybe not, because you're hitting everybody with a big old rock, so maybe it is just weak. Yeah, I think it's getting stun back. Stun is returning to the long mace. And I think, yeah, it's 19 plus on stun. I think we're going to change this. I think we're going to make it crit, and I'm going to go up and copy the same. What this means is that you can't just use your action bonus to get it. You actually have to get a crit. But if you get a crit, you get to inflict fucking stun. And if your crit threshold is lower, great. You get to inflict fucking stun easier. And I think that will balance that out a little bit more. There. There. So its stun is there, but it should work. It could stun, you can weaken. It's now 10-foot range away. You are going to lose stamina every time you use it. But, yeah. Also, I got to make sure it may hit 2 adjacent characters. Is an important piece. Like, that's kind of critical to the sweep attack. Let's see here. So the mace is versatile. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, and I got an idea. I actually have an idea for this. So first things first, it doesn't have a sweep attack, but what if two-handed, it inflicts stun? There. So the mace gives you the opportunity to also get stunned, just the regular mace, but you have to two-hand it. There. What is the main benefit now? Well, you're not losing stamina per attack. I'm trying to think. Does my two-handed spike mace do that? That's an excellent question, and yeah, I see no reason why not. That makes sense to me. Because you could totally two-hand. We didn't mark it originally that way, but yeah, why not? I think that's fair. We have more stun in the world, but I'm locking stun behind
music
crits.
Out of human screams?
I mean, you could. I mean, fuck it. We're gonna do it. I don't know if we're gonna do it. Suno? Is that what it is? Yay. Sign in. I haven't signed in a long time. Let's see what we got. All right. Search a song and style. Song description. A surprisingly a indie rock song, but the music, well, instrument is exclusively screams. The song is about how scary bumble bees are. All right, sure. Create it. I don't know if it's gonna work. but we'll see. Well, the song is called Buzzkill. All right, we got 2 versions. Let's see. All right. Don't worry. I'm actually a little worried about this, but let's see. This is not exclusively screams. It's not. This isn't screaming.
Black and yellow demons buzz by my face. Armor of fury, wings cutting space. Eyes like voids staring deep into my soul. Tiny monsters digging into
I like it. You know what? This is a bop. I'm into it.
Bumblebees, they haunt my dreams. Buzz and sting and split my seams. Screaming thunder in the trees. Get them
We're almost to the end of it.
stand the bees.
Chances are the next one is also going to have the same lyrics.
Hive minds plotting while I live in fear.
All right, let's try the next one.
Black and yellow demons buzz by my face. Armor of
Is this free? Yeah, it's free. It's suno.com.
cutting space.
I feel, yeah, it's been a while. You literally can make whatever you want.
To my soul, tiny monsters dig
Well, Mora might have been around when I did this before.
Bumblebees, they haunt my dreams. Buzz and sting and split my seams. Screaming
I did. I made one about Salty. I don't know if it's on this one. There's this one. I like this song. Sorta screamed. Probably need to make a screamo song. You're not motivated by AI music? That's fair. Can these just be played in session? Why not? It's AI music. We kind of own it. I like it as the tool. It's like something easy we could just like create and play around with it. It also makes it so much fast. TMG was very against AI art. I mean, I'm sure he still is. I could agree AI art, not DeviantArt, or if it is, it should have a special category. Because there are cool things you can make with AI art, but it shouldn't be like, you know, the go-to for it. I do like what it comes up with because it can give some different sounds while also giving the exact same sounds. What are my like songs? What are my filters? Hide dislikes. Oh, there it is. Is it this one?
Hey guys, remember that time that Salty used his very aggressive ability and nearly got everyone killed? There once a very angry cloud that wielded daggers oh so proud. He would hunt civilians just for fun and kill any animal with a tongue. One day he was caught by slavers and found himself in darkroom chambers. That's when he met a crew of misfits who planned to break out in a blitz. The riot started with a bang and the shabby crew got up and rang. They encountered the warden who was oh so unique, and before he could speak, the cloud had him thrown from the ledge, for he was a stabby cloud boy. Oh no, he's done it again, acting too fast and endangered his friends. Whatever are we to do?
I could absolutely seal this.
The adventurers were on a trail to a fancy party
AI art is inherently unethical. That's true. It is probably inherently unethical. It's not going to stop me necessarily from using it because, you know, it adds more to the adventure and there's only so much time that I have as well, but yeah. It's mass fed and mass posted. And it does steal the songs, too. I mean, that's the thing, is like, the music, but styling could be, too. It's kind of a mixed bag.
Story about bananas. You won't believe your eyes. It's a tale of taste and texture that'll surely hypnotize. Forget the apples and the oranges.
I can't remember what I prompted this with. I think I said I wanted a song about bananas.
It's a moment that's quite bananas. Once you take that first bite, you'll be dancing and you'll sway. The flavor's so divine, it'll brighten
I want to actually see what was my prompt. Create, reuse prompt. Oh, look at all these. Song radio. Sucking bananas is a part. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got a story about bananas. I remember I said I wanted a song about sucking bananas.
Let the laughter fill the air with no hesitation. We're dancing and we're singing, acting like a fool. Sucking bananas, making everybody drool.
Dave, you'll have to share it in the Tabletop role-playing channel because we're going to be ending stream soon. Dead internet theory will totally be real. There. I could believe it. Like, I genuinely believe that we will hit a point in our creations that, I mean, we already have this point. We have AI talking to each other and AI using each other. Like, I could believe it. Like, but we'll all die. At one point. It's already night for you. Yes, it is already nighttime. It's the late time. But yeah, I thank you everybody for all you guys getting here. Yes. No, I know. That is a thing. So let me talk about what's coming next here. Briefly before ending here. So what's coming next with this? One, obviously, I want to finish up the weapon updates, and I'm going to be sharing them with everybody. So I'm going to run through based on the advice and information we've gotten already, and I'll share them with everybody, see kind of what we think, to get some feedback. But in the meantime, too, I'm going to be working on this. This has also been delaying me working on other class guidebooks, so I will apologize, but I wanted to get this out and ready so that I can share with you guys this that you could start using as soon as next week. That is the whole point, is that you guys will be able to use this as soon as next week. In terms of updates, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get the main stuff situated, because once I have this situated, I can then start saving characters into tabs. And then it's easy because it's just the same add buttons that I have, except now you're opening up separate tabs for those characters. And lady, I will say that the interface it'll look like this. You'll click the next tab and then you'll have that character up. So I hope that's okay. You don't have to see them all at the same time. But that is kind of the way I'm going to go. Shield parry, reaction action, fail the roll, you lose all shield buffs, your evasion is ignored next turn, succeed the roll, you get a free attack. I think that's a little too strong. Though. I think that's a little too strong. I think I'd rather... I could see a shield parry ability coming in, doing something like that. But I think I would see it more as an actual, like, skill. Yeah, like, it's more of a class-specific skill rather than I am just some guy that grabbed a shield. Like, I am just some guy that grabbed a shield. And that's pretty much it. Let's see, is he doing good? Let's look at the little doggy. Doggy. Was it not plugged in? I thought it was plugged in. 1 second. I thought this was plugged in. Are you not active? Deactivate. Activate. Properties. Are you the other live camera? No. Something's off. Is this not... What? I was hoping to show you guys Hobbs, because he's right here. It's not you. Shouldn't be you. Interesting. I don't know. It's broke as fuck. I don't know if it's just... Oh, wait. Oh, that one. Oh, there he is. There we go. There's Hobbs. He's doing a little snuggle. We also got a lot of laundry out, because we gotta do laundry, too. But there's the big boy. Look at him all cuddled up. He's having a good time. There, aren't you, Hobbs? Good boy, Hobbs. Wake him up. I mean, he is awake, technically. Keep him up. Who's a good boy, Hobbs? Are you ready to go outside, Hobbs? Hobbs, you want to go outside? Yeah. Are you ready to? Because it is about time that you go outside. Yeah, let's go outside. I gotta put him outside. 1 second. Go, boy. All right, go to the bathroom. We'll let you back in. All right. Well, folks, that's going to be it for tonight's stream. Once I get some of this stuff set up, I've got not too much more I need to do. This was the bigger page. Skills, like I'm going to add one button here that lets you use the skill, and it'll just decrease your stamina automatically so you don't have to remember. Things like that. And then stats, I'm going to mostly display these stats also on the screen and make sure everything saves. And then, yeah, the sheet's going to be ready. So my goal is to get all of this ready for you guys next week there. So group 1 and group 2, you both can start using this right away. Now, group 2, just as a forewarning, I don't have your guys' specializations in. You could see that this specialization didn't change despite me changing my class. And that's because I just didn't put them all in yet there too. I don't even think I put them in here yet. Yeah, I did put them in here, so we're good here. So, like, you've got some on it, but not all of them. So that's there. I guess we've got, like, Bark Warrior, I got yours in right now. But, yeah, they're not all in yet there. But all the values are changing, and they are working. I have 13 strength there. So you guys can actually put in your real characters in here, and it'll save and keep track of all of your data as well. This should be done before next week. That is my goal. And then I will share it with you guys ahead of time, and then you guys can make feedback and adjustments from there. But that was it. But I hope everybody has an excellent week. I hope everybody has a good weekend. Excellent week. Heads up, we will not be streaming on Wednesday next week. We'll be streaming on Tuesday. So that's what we there. So Tuesday next week we'll be streaming, playing some Legend of Zelda. We're starting a new game, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX specifically. And next we're going to be having Friday our Group 1 session as well, as they go on their adventure to go get a flower. Just gonna go flower picking. Should be easy. But I hope all of you guys have a great night. Thank you all for joining me. I had a lot of fun. We got a lot of work done, so I call that a win in my book. And it's going to be exciting. So I am closing some of these tabs. I also got to rename this weapon rebalance. The weapon update rebalance will come in at some point in time there too. So it'll get there. I'll make sure that it's in, like, you guys will see it all in the sheet, and then it'll be on the new sheet before anything else too. So just so you know, that I've got plans. But in the meantime, I hope everybody has a great night. Hope everybody gets some good sleep. And I'll see you guys later. That's gonna be the end. So bye-bye, everybody. See you later. Night-night.